welcome Dota fans to the CCT Series 1, the first of many amazing online tournaments for Western and Eastern Europe. My name is Wingblade and I will be your host for the first, or technically the second best of three of the day. I say second because unfortunately Team T forfeited their match against the Dragon Esports Club. We don't know the reason for sure, so we can only speculate. Some say that it's because they ran out of tea, which kind of fits their name, but unfortunately we won't be seeing them today. Instead, we'll be looking at Winter Bear against Monte as our first match. Then somebody else is gonna take over from me, and we're gonna see one move against Saib, and then finally, let's hope I don't butcher this pronunciation, it's Rivnia against Just Better for our final best of three of the day. So it should be a pretty good day of Dota, all things considered. I'm not sure if we can take a look at the group standings as well. Yeah, we should be in for a good one. One move at the top here, then Just Better, Zib, Rivnia, and Level Up, losing all of their matches so far. Not the best. So this is group number A. I've had the opportunity to watch quite a few of the matches for this tournament, luckily, and we've seen some good ones, but it does look like some teams are just one step above some of the others. But that's always the case in the group stage, which is the exact purpose of the group stage. Just making sure that the best teams move on and we have an amazing set of playoff matches. This is going to be Group B, so Dragon Esports winning most of their matches so far. Miga at the top as well, then T, Monte, and at the bottom is Winter Bear, which for me is a little bit of a surprise because I thought Winter Bear were quite a decent team. I guess they have undergone some roster changes in the past months, years, so it is not the same Winter Bear that we've seen do so well in the MENA qualifiers. Either way, this is their roster. They have Quet 2.0, Ethereal, Infernal, Arrow, and Stoic. I'm not sure about the nationality of these players. I think we have some Ukrainians, some people from Kazakhstan, and I believe Stoic is from Turkey. So it's a real multinational team, which is always fun to see. And then for Team Monte, which is actually a team that I've had the opportunity to coach in the past, although that was a completely different iteration with completely different players. Now it's a full Ukrainian stack, I believe, with Crystallize, not to be confused with Crystallis, Moonlight, Vladik the Hitivi, QBFY, and Eknert. It's another team that, I don't know, has kind of a I have a personal connection to, because obviously I have had the opportunity to coach them. So even if it's not the same players, it's still the same organization. I cannot help but root for them a little bit. But that is the fun of having played somewhat professional Dota in my own past. Just knowing a lot of these players really is a lot of fun. Of course, we have had a patch recently, so a lot of players are still figuring it out, and this is of course the head-to-head between Crystallize and Ethereal, the carry players. We can see that Crystallize looks a little bit better from these stats, not only in win rate, which is generally representative of team success as opposed to just player success, but the KDA is there is quite a difference there. Crystallize doubling up. Of course, this is also kind of a result of how the team plays, but it's also an indicator just of how the players themselves are doing. And Crystallize is, of course, a very experienced player. I remember, I think he first came onto the scene with Navi in like one of the quote-unquote new iterations of Navi after the Dendi era. But I think at this point, that is like, I don't know, 7 years ago or something, which is just crazy to say. Yeah, just looking at his tournament results, he came onto the scene with Navi in 2017. And to me, it still feels like that is the new Navi. crazy to think of. Of course, Ethereal is a bit more, I guess, a recent player. I haven't seen him around in as many teams. Doesn't have a Liquipedia page, and I don't really know him from my own pubs back in the day. Yeah, he's definitely a newer player to keep an eye out on. Also, it says in Liquipedia that he's mostly playing position 2, so I wonder if Winter Bear switches things around every once in a while. We are still currently waiting for one player, so as much as I enjoy talking to you guys, we are gonna go into a bit of a break until we wait for the final player to arrive. And when he gets here, I'll of course guide you through the draft and we'll get into the match. So stay tuned, everyone, and we will be back. Welcome back, Dota fans. I have some unfortunate news for you all. Sadly enough, one of the Winter Beer players didn't manage to make it on time, so we have a confirmed forfeit for the second game as well. So Monty is going to take the series. We are gonna go online for a little while. Until we can get to the next best of three. So don't despair too much. We will be back later today. But for now, we're gonna go online. And when we get back, it's gonna be either me or Bowie here to guide you for the rest of the Dota day. So stay tuned, get some tea, do all the chores you've been putting up for weeks, and we will be back. Welcome everyone to the
the
CCT
CCT Series 1, the first of many amazing Dota tournaments for Western and Eastern Europe. My name is Wingblade and I will be your host for the remaining 2 best of 3s of this afternoon / evening / morning / night, depending on where you are on this beautiful planet. We have some good Dota ahead of us. The first best of 3s, unfortunately, were cancelled due to forfeits. The first one, Team T against Dragon Esports Club, we have no idea why. And for the second one of Winter Bear against Monte, we're all in the lobby, we were ready to go. We had 9 psyched players as well as some psyched casters, but unfortunately one of the Winter Bear players could not turn up in time. So as we can see, the def wins have gone to Dragon Esports as well as Monte. Hopefully the next 2 best of 3s will go without any issues. There are going to be one move against Sibe or Saib. I have no idea what I'm going to call it yet. And Rivnia against Just Better. Should be some good Dota. Let's take a look at the groups.
So first of all, we have
group number A, where one move looks to be the dominant force so far, winning every single one of their matches, with Just Better and Sieb sitting at 2 wins, and Rivnia sitting at 1 win, with Level Up unfortunately not winning a single match so far, which also means that they will be eliminated. Unfortunate for them. But that is just how tournaments go. We have these group stages to make sure that we have exciting playoff stages with the best teams, the teams that really deserve it. And in group number B, we have 2 teams, Dragon Esports and Nemiga, both sitting on 3 wins, with T and Monte sitting at 2 wins each, and Winter Bear, unfortunately, sitting at 0 wins, which probably means that they're eliminated as well. So that is just the way it goes. Again, the matches we have for you today are going to be, let's take a look. It's going to be one move against Sibe and Rivnia against Just Better. So yeah, I think the
favorites for the first match
are probably going to be one move, being undefeated in their group so far. I say undefeated, but they have lost maps. They went 2-1 against Rivnia and 2-1 against Just Better. So they're not unbeatable, but just in terms of series, no one has gotten the better of them yet, while Siba has lost against Just Better. And in the second match of Rivnia against Just Better, that should be pretty close. Just Better sitting 2-1, Rivnia sitting 1-2. So that one definitely could go either way. Taking a look at the rosters, we have Rinsik, Zenica, Sunset, Mirele, and Stoic. The lineup for Sibe team, I believe they are partially Russian, partially Belarusian, and they have one player from I don't know how to pronounce it. Kyrgyzstan? I just know how Kyrgyzstan, I think, in English. It's always a bit difficult with my native language in English. Yeah, multinational team there. Should be fun. I'm not super familiar with most of their players. I've seen Sunset, I believe, in pubs every once in a while. I'm not super familiar. And for one move, we have Woe, XNE, SSS, Dr. Bum, and Ryan. Let's take a look at their nationalities. It's 4 Russian players as well as 1 Estonian player. This is another lineup that I am not super familiar with personally. I think it's a lot of young and upcoming players that I, as a Dota boomer, am not super familiar with from my pubs. While some of the older players, I'm like, yes, I remember. In 2014, I played a pub with them, and they ran down mid or something. But that's not the case for these newer players, as these days I am no longer top 100 Europe, so I don't tend to run into these people all that often. That's just the way it goes. course, we had a patch. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. I think probably the day before, with some notable changes, of course. I'm very happy that Tinker basically got removed from the game. He wasn't that broken or anything, sitting at 46% win rate. Like, in terms of statistics, he wasn't broken, but in terms of gameplay, he definitely was. Looking at the head-to-head here between Zeneca and XNE, looks pretty similar so far, both in terms of win rate as well as KDA. As I said before, I'm not super familiar with them as players, so it's kind of hard to evaluate their hero pools and playstyles as well. But the KDA looks like just a pretty basic KDA, nothing too special. I don't think either one of them are like carry style offlaners or anything. Still, should be interesting to see how they match up later in this series. I think we are filling up the lobby slowly but surely, and we'll let you guys know when we get into the draft. For now, we're just rambling a little bit about patches, patch notes, heroes, players, just trying to fill up the time. So if you're in chat, because it's a solo cast, it's a bit more interactive with all you guys, so let me know what's your favorite hero right now, if the patch impacted anything big. Like, what are you playing, what are you struggling with in pubs? Because personally, I really hate Tinker, but luckily I haven't seen that much of him in my pubs. So I'm quite pleased to see that. For me, it's mostly just trying to figure out which heroes are strong right now. I think Beastmaster is a hero that is really, really strong, but the pros don't pick up that often. So I'm curious to see if that's gonna change at any point. And I definitely think there is a few more like sleeper heroes right now. So we are just waiting a little bit longer, and I'll see if I can find the patch notes real quick. See what's going on. And we can take a look at the tournament meta as well, because of course there is a few tier 2 tournaments being played right now. And every single tournament always has a bit of a different meta. So I believe in this specific tournament we've seen like 3 heroes above 90% contest rate. So that's Weaver, Darkseer and Tiny. But it looks like we have a veto. I think that means it's a forfeit, or no? Just need admin confirmation. I'll keep you guys up to date. But yeah, for now, it's this tournament looks to be very Weaver, Darkseer, Tiny favorite. They're pretty big heroes in pubs as well, so no huge surprises. But it actually looks like Beastmaster is one of the most contested heroes in this tournament. So it isn't just my pubs, in my opinion. Let's see. He is very contested, but he only has an 11% win rate, so maybe me and all the drafters for all of these teams are just completely wrong. And he's just a shit hero after all. I hope we get to see some Beastmaster, and then we can cast our judgment on if he's actually good or not. Of course, it's just a sample size of 9, so I wouldn't call it insignificant, but it's not like super conclusive. If I were a statistician, if that's a word, then I wouldn't be too impressed. Other notable heroes are Enigma at a 70% contest rate. Mostly being banned, but in the 2 games that he got through, he's won every single one. Another... Oh, we are... Never mind. No forfeits. We are into the game, and we have a first pick Beastmaster. So I guess this is gonna go on the Beastmaster pile, and we'll see if he's one of the 11% win rate victories, or if he's gonna lose once again. Either way, we are into the first best of 3 of the day, the first really played out best of 3 of the day between one move, and Siba. I still don't know how to pronounce this. I hope I'm doing it right. And they pick up a Weaver for themselves. So we have bans on Dazzle, Ember, TA, and Storm Spirit. On the Radiant side, and on the Dire side we have Spectre, Rubik, Tiny, and Shadow Fiend. So let's see. We have, I think Weaver is one of the better supports against Beastmaster, because he deals quite a bit of burst physical damage from minute 0, which is really nice for taking out the boars. Because certain heroes just get completely bullied. If you have a hero like I don't know, Rubik or Lion, they just get absolutely destroyed by the boar's slow, both in attack speed and movement speed, so they can't really kill him. But Weaver has a relatively easy time, because he both has the Geminate attack from minute 0, as well as Shikuchi to just run away if the damage error becomes too high. So I do really like this Weaver response. Next up, they pick up a Jakiro. Interesting. I tried playing a little bit of Jakiro after like the big facet patch, and I wasn't too impressed, all things considered. But I was playing him as a core because I was like, damn, this double right-click thing makes it really easy to deny. But as a support, it's really nice because it means that you can kill wards, both observers and sentries, in a single attack. I also think he lanes really well with Beastmaster, because you have the double slow, you have nice follow-up for Roar in the mid-game, you have a lot of tower pressure that is amplified by the Beastmaster with Liquid Fire, or I guess Liquid Frost, depending on what he wants to take. So yeah, it's a strong opening from one move. Let's see how Seeb wants to respond to this, and they go for Darkseer. It's not a really popular hero right now. I guess it's the only like top 3 hero that wasn't picked or banned yet. So it's only logical. I feel like they're just looking at the same stat screen as me and being like, okay, we need to just pick and ban all of the top heroes. Speaking about heroes that are really strong but not super highly contested, it's Shadow Demon. That is a great way to deal with Roar. You just disrupt the Roar target and he's gonna be completely fine. Also, Demonic Purge has historically been one of the strongest disables through BKB, just slowing anyone down to a crawl. They also make sure that it's kind of hard for one move to pick specific heroes. Like, you don't want to make or pick a super highly scaling agility carry, because they tend to get wrecked by Shadow Demon. At the same time, you also don't really want to pick one of the melee strength carries like Lifestealer, because they get slowed so much and they can't really deal with that. So it kind of limits the heroes you can play comfortably. So we'll see how one move wants to respond to this. You could just pick up another support if they want to. In this configuration, I think that something like Enigma would be nice, because there is no real black hole cancel through BKB. But it's also kind of awkward to play Enigma as a position 5, or to play Jakiro as a position 5 and go for Enigma 4. So I think that's a bit unlikely. If they want, they could just pick up their carry right now, because they know the offlane they're against, most likely, with Darkseer Weaver. And they do. They pick the Sven. It's the one melee strength carry that I hadn't mentioned as being countered too hard by Shadow Demon, because Sven usually relies a lot on burst damage. So he buys either Shadow Blade or Blink Dagger or whatever gap close to try and burst someone and get out, as opposed to a Lifestealer who kind of has to run in. So I don't think Sven is as bothered by Shadow Demon as some other carries would be. So it's a very nice pick. And of course, he has the cleave as well, which helps a lot against Darkseer lane pressure, because you can simply just push out the lane in response to Darkseer's lane pushing. So it is a very nice pick here for one move. They probably want to pick their position 5 now to go together with the Darkseer, or with the Sven against the Darkseer. We'll see what they end up picking. And it's gonna be Hoodwink, so they have a little bit of flexibility here if they want to place Hoodwink top or bottom, because I think both Jakiro and Hoodwink can be played as both 4s and 5s. I guess it's likely that the Hoodwink plays as a 4, though. It's more popular these days. They'll just play Jakiro, which is also kind of nice against Darkseer. Just even more lane push pressure. Siba, they pick up what is most likely going to be the mid laner. It's gonna be Void Spirit, a hero that has evolved quite a bit ever since he became a universal hero. Back in the day, you kind of played him as a spellcaster most of the time, buying quick Aghanims, Kaya and Sanj, just jumping in and out, being elusive, being like a hybrid Storm/Ember kind of hero. These days, it's more of a semi-carry, I would say, because he's universal. He enjoys items like Echo Saber and Manta Style a lot more than back in the day. So we tend to see him more as a sort of hybrid right-clicker, where he just uses his spells to get in position, deal some damage, and then deal a lot of damage by just right-clicking people. So, very interesting, flashy hero to watch. Love seeing him. Has some decent matches in the mid lane as well, so tends to be okay to pick him as a first pick when you don't know the matchup just yet. And they ban out the Huskar and Timbersaw as potential mid counters. And their final pick is gonna be ET, which means that it's most likely going to be a Weaver carry, something I wasn't really expecting in this specific game. And they're gonna run Elder Titan plus Darkseer most likely, and then a Weaver plus Shadow Demon lane. Interesting. Didn't have that one on my bingo card, but it's definitely cool to see. Love myself some big angry briefcase man. Now, all one move needs is a mid laner up against the Void Spirit. Most of the spirits are already banned, so they can't go for Storm or Ember. What other cool options would there still be against a Void Spirit? I feel like we've seen a lot of mid bans for this game. And they go for Invoker. Wow. That takes me back. I don't think this is a very popular hero anymore. And for good reason. I'm curious if this is going to be a classic Exoid Invoker. Because they have a lot of stuns on one move. So you could try to go for some Sunstrike combinations. With the Sven setup, with the Hoodwink, with the Roar in the mid game. But you are playing against the Shadow Demon. So if you get the catch on someone, that isn't really a guaranteed kill. So I could definitely still see him going for like the more hybrid Quaswex Spirit Vessel and then into Exoid kind of Invoker. Even something like a Witchblade I think could be pretty good this game. I think I personally prefer the Quaswex just for the tempo control-y style. And this is also a game where he's playing against heroes that rely quite a bit on having mana, but don't specifically have a really high mana pool. Of course, Darkseer has enough mana, but heroes like Weaver, Elder Titan, they don't have that much mana to work with. Even Void Spirit, he has okay int gain, but if you can mana drain him, that is pretty significant. So we'll have to wait and see until we're in the game to see what he's gonna build, which items, what kind of skill build. Should be fun. Void Spirit against Invoker mid. We have a Weaver against Sven in the carry position as well. I think that's a fun matchup too, could be very explosive. If Weaver doesn't get a quick Linken's, he can get absolutely blown up, but at the same time, if Sven is just lacking just a tiny bit of damage, having a time lapse to reverse all of the damage when Sven already blinked in could be huge. So yeah, it should be an explosive game. I definitely expect to see a lot of kills in the early game. I hope I didn't jinx myself by saying that, but I think we could be up for a good one. So this is the officially third best of 3 of the day. It's the first real best of 3 of the game, of the day that didn't get forfeited. So it's very nice that we get to see some good Dota here. And this could actually mean that Siba gets first place in the groups as well, I think, if they win against one move. Because they're currently 2-1, and one move is 3-0, which would mean that they're both gonna be 3-1. And if they 2-0, I think they could be first in groups. I'm not entirely sure. I would have to check the rulebook. But yeah, either way, they're both already through to the playoffs. I guess it just mostly matters for seeding. And we'll see. We're just waiting to get into the game here. And while we're waiting, you might as well check out the CCT social media channels just to stay updated on all of the tournaments that they will bring throughout the year. This is the first one, but there are many more planned, so if you want to just stay up to date about all of your favorite tournaments, favorite teams, favorite casters, just click on the banners below the stream. You have plenty of options. You can send your spiciest memes directly to the social media guy. I'm sure he would appreciate it. So let's see. Maybe I could get a small production update about the status of the game. So currently I'm just guessing as well about what's happening. Could be that it's just paused. Would be nice to know. Looks like it's not ready to start just yet, so we're gonna go into a small break, and I'll keep you guys up to date about when we start again, and I'll make sure you guys don't miss a single second of the action. So stay tuned, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are live. The game has started and both teams are smoked up, just as ready for the action as we are. So let's see one move. Smoking up towards the top lane. Seabear looks to be going bottom, so we're probably not gonna see a big clash of smokes right here. Just gonna get their vision up and chill for a little bit. Seeb still in position in the bottom lane around the ward, hoping that some unfortunate soul walks in. I think it's unlikely at this point.
30 seconds to battle.
Beastmaster using his board to check for a vision in the mid lane, so they should know that there is a ward now. Slowly one move is creeping towards the bottom lane. They need to be really careful here, because if you get disrupted, you just die. Very conservative right now from one move. They should be fine. 10 more seconds before the bounty runes spawn. Would be surprised to see a first blood. Actually, Sven is walking quite close and he is in vision. Is he gonna get caught? Jakiro getting very low. Cameraman is sleeping a little bit, but Jakiro goes down. Void Spirit getting the first blood, and that is a big deal here. First blood for the enemy mid laner, it's always a pain, especially for a hero like Invoker that is somewhat snowbally. Sub-diff called in the chat. Damn, spicy old chat already, and we have barely even started. So, Beastmaster Hoodwink up against Weaver plus ET actually. I was expecting the Elder Titan to lane together with the Darks here. It seemed like a logical combination to me, but alas, they go for the ET against Beast, which is also quite nice, to be fair. Because he does get extra damage and movement speed and armor from every single one of the creeps, but he's also melee, and we can see that he really struggles against the double slow, so down he goes. 1-1 right now. Beastmaster just so strong against these slow melee heroes. Stun as well on the bottom lane, but just for harassment. This Beastmaster, he has both a slow that it has pretty much permanent uptime if you don't kill the boars, as well as a root, and the damage really adds up over time. Even a level 1 hawk plus level 1 boar makes it almost impossible to manfight a Beastmaster at level 1. So we'll have to keep an eye on this top lane. Even Weaver is a little bit vulnerable. If he ever gets caught by a hawk or a net right after using his Shukuchi, he could very well just die. Once again, ET taking a lot of punishment here. Should be fine, as he was full HP, but Weaver needs to be a little bit careful too.
Who said you could be on my team, Beastmaster? Go on,
Pretty active early game so far.
Radiant's courier.
At least Weaver is doing a decent job in terms of CS. I would expect that no matter what, he's gonna get his farm in the bottom lane. We actually see a kill from the Shadow Demon onto Jakiro. This definitely wasn't on my bingo card. There doesn't seem to be that much kill potential just yet, but I think he just got caught out of position and then probably tanked like 5 stacks of Shadow Poison and went down for it. Shikiro isn't exactly known for his speed. Double boars now in the top lane, and this Weaver plus ET lane really struggles with dealing with boars, because they don't have any of those high damage ranged heroes or spells that do particularly well at cleaning up the boars. I think Weaver as a support can deal with them quite decently, but as a carry you kind of want to be CSing, so you can't go around chasing the boars, and now Sven could be in a bit of trouble. He has a Lotus, so he should be fine. When in the top lane, Weaver actually gets the kill onto Hoodwink. I'm not sure how that happened. Another disruption coming out onto the Sven. 3 stacks of Shadow Poison. Not gonna be enough to take him down. Shadow Demon completely out of mana too. Sven has enough mana for a stun. They're gonna try to go on the Darkseer, and they do get him nicely done there by one move. Darkseer just overextending a tiny bit, and Shadow Demon wasn't in any position to try and save him. Doesn't look like any lane right now is being dominated by either team. Both lanes getting kills for both teams. In top lane, we have a bit more action once again. ET getting very, very low. Still has a blood grenade, still has a self, so he is gonna survive. For now, at least. And now it's actually gonna be the Beastmaster taking a lot of damage here. Has a ton of swarm stacks, and he should be fine. He is gonna survive for now. Another acorn shot. Is it gonna be enough to take down the ET? Doesn't look like it. Instead, it's the Weaver going aggressive. Gets the hoodwink, but is also gonna fall to the Beastmaster here. We have one more set of axes. Is it gonna be enough to snipe the ET? Not quite. Not quite. ET survives. Might just deny himself to neutrals or just walk back to base. So Weaver gets the kill there, but I'm not quite sure if it was worth it to trade himself for a hoodwink. That boar slow is deceptively strong. In the mid lane, meanwhile, Invoker is doing really... Oh, actually, we get another kill in this bottom lane. Jakiro taking down the Shadow Demon, and the action isn't over just yet. Darkseer tries to go for something, but level 1 vacuum cooldown is insanely long, so he isn't gonna find anything. Another Sven stun coming out just to secure the creeps. I would love to see Sven buy some kind of sustain item, because he's constantly low. Top lane, Beastmaster went for Arcane Boots. I don't actually like this that much on Beastmaster, because all of his mana costs are really low. So if you just want enough mana regen to constantly use all of your spells, just having a single Null Talisman is actually enough. And Null Talisman also gives quite a lot of stats to a universal hero. So I do prefer that build a little bit. At the same time, Arcane Boots does also provide a lot of value to your teammates. So I think it's an okay choice. Especially the Hoodwink, before he can get his own mana regen. It's quite nice to be able to spam the Acorn shot on Weaver. Invoker going for the classic Urn of Shadows first. So it's not gonna be Exort Invoker, it's gonna be the more active style, which is probably for the best. Sven has his threats, probably coming soon. He's gonna build a Mask of Madness. No big surprises there. Darkseer getting a little bit low, but stun is on cooldown, so he should be fine. Looks like every single core in this game is fairly close to one another in terms of farm. It's interesting to me that Beastmaster went for the Axis max. I think that with Boars and Hawk being baked into the same ability, I slightly prefer maxing that. I guess with his Arcane Boots, he's going to be a bit more spammy, so he wants the value on the Axis. We could see a bit of a kill attempt here onto the Beastmaster, taking a lot of damage here with the Swarm, but he's going to turn around and it's going to be ET falling. Nice time lapse by Weaver, getting back all of his HP. And Jakiro did have to rotate for that, so Sven is slightly vulnerable right now. It looks like he is perfectly content farming under tower. Could be an opportunity for Void Spirit to go for his first rotation. It doesn't look like he's in any position to, with the nice EMP Cold Snap coming out from Invoker, draining all of his mana. There is a power rune coming in 15 seconds, so that could be the catalyst. Ooh, and we see with the roar, the Weaver going down. No chance for him. He didn't even have time lapse, and with the sentry, it's really hard to play. See a bit of an attempt here on the Invoker, but the Astral Step was missed, so I don't think they're gonna have the damage. And now we see the Liquid Frost with the Blood Grenade dealing a lot of damage to the Void Spirit. Still, the attempt is going on onto Invoker, but it doesn't look like they have any chance. But still, Hoodwink manages to snipe the Void Spirit. Nicely done there by Dr. Bum. Shadow Demon getting very low, and with the Acorn shot, he's gonna fall as well. Dr. Bum making it counter is probably gonna go down to the Weaver. And indeed he is, but very nice rotation by him. Getting the double kill there and saving his Invoker. As expected, very active early game here from both teams, slightly favoring one move so far. I think the big difference here is definitely the CS. Beastmaster going for the classic Aghanim's Rush. It's just such a strong item on Beastmaster. Getting to bang the drum. Insane amounts of damage and healing. It's nice for killing, it's also nice for farm. Speaking about farm, Invoker is farming Darkseer right now. Nice rotation for him. That's the first one, getting himself some urn charges and alleviating some of the pressure onto his carry. Elder Titan only level 5 right now. Would probably like to get level 6 in the foreseeable future. So they do have some nice setup with Disruption for his Earth Splitter. 10 seconds until we get a power rune. There was a scan in mid lane, scouting the ET. I still wish in some way that we had an indicator of who used the scan. Now Void Spirit goes for the Jakiro. Jakiro is quite a tanky dragon though. Does he want to commit? Looks like yes. No more astral steps. Needs to be a little bit careful. He's gonna be fine. Oh, and they actually still get the kill with the Shadow Poison. Didn't even notice the stacks. And at the same time, we have another kill onto the Weaver with the Roar plus Sharpshooter. Just so difficult to play against. His team was distracted in the mid, and he pays the price.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Invoker now going for the Spirit Vessel.
Structures are fortified. Dire's
As
top
expected
tower is
here.
under attack.
It's 11 minutes and the Aghanims is almost finished for Beast. That's a pretty nice timing. We have another nice net and acorn shot, and it's gonna be the ET falling first with the Sven rotation as well. Can they make anything happen here? TP in from the Shadow Demon. That may have been a mistake, self-disrupt, but I don't think there is any way to save him now. 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hits. Down he goes, and this should be the tier 1 tower going down as well in favor of one move.
Has fallen.
Really nice first rotation by this Sven, and instantly they go for a smoke. Do they want to take Roche here? Or do they potentially want to go for the Weaver here?
Tower is under attack.
Looks like it's a little bit too early to go for Roche, and Sven is content to just hit creeps. You know, that's just the carry player mindset. Invoker is still smoked though. They could try to go for something here. Darkseer is about to show up in the bottom lane. They see ET and Weaver now as well. Invoker is Ghost Walk, so I don't think Elder Titan knows he's here just yet. Weaver wants to go for some kind of play here, but it's... Nah, he's just gonna abandon his ET. Down he goes. More urn charges for the Voker. Easy, easy kill. They probably would have liked to see a kill on someone like the Darkseer, but you're perfectly fine with this as well. 13 and 6 now in favor of one move. Just a 1k lead, however. It's not too bad. Nothing unsurmountable. Yeah, and Aghanims is now up on the Beastmaster. Roar comes out onto the Void Spirit as well, but yeah, they have no chance of really killing him here. Ooh, actually Weaver tanks the Sharpshooter there. Get down, Mr. President. Instantly time-lapses the damage as well. Very nicely played by the Weaver here, but now it's gonna be Darkseer in a lot of trouble. Almost completely out of mana. Is he gonna make it out? No, not quite yet. And Beastmaster is just going ham. I think it's a big mistake from Sivet to try to fight here against this Beastmaster, because they have nothing that can even deal with him. ET gonna fall as well. It's a triple kill in favor of Beastmaster. Could this be the second win in this tournament for a Beastmaster? So far, so good. He's out farming the Sven by 2,000 gold already.
Dire's middle tower has
Crazy here. What a start. It could be Hoodwink in a little bit of trouble. Tries to get rid of the bugs. And should be able to. I think Weaver could have gotten the kill there, but it would have been finicky to try and get out without time lapse. If you get caught by the tornado, you're just dead. It's probably not a risk you want to take. Jikiro going for Guardian Griefs. It's an interesting choice. The only things he can really dispel... Is there anything he can dispel? I don't think there is. Maybe like if you get Iron Shelled, you can get rid of the Iron Shell, I guess. In that case, it looks like he's just getting it for the healing and the aura, perhaps. It's interesting. Wouldn't have been my first choice. I think Yules is really nice in this game against the Darkseer for getting rid of his Surge, and against the Void Spirit for just setting up into Ice Path and catching him. Against the Weaver as well. He is opting to go for a bit more of the defensive option. Which I think with this lineup is a perfectly valid choice, because he's just anticipating some kind of timing push. Some kind of big window where they can try to go for some sort of game ender. And in that case, having Guardian Greaves is definitely better than a Yules, so I can respect it. Speaking about Greaves, Darkseer has his. He has the thingy where his int can never be lower than his strength. So he's just spamming bracers. It's the Darkseer way to do things. Ooh, and Hoodwink could be in a lot of trouble here. Does manage to get rid of the Swarm Creep. So he's gonna be fine. And it's actually gonna be Beastmaster being taken down. Big dog pile from Team CB to try and deal with the big threat that is Beastmaster. Nice Macro Pyre here, plus Ice Bath, blocking off the entirety of CB team. And then ET was just overextending a little bit there. And gets taken down for it. Too eager to chase. Ooh, and they actually get a stun onto the Weaver. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, no time lapse. There was a sentry here and Weaver did not see that coming. Sven takes advantage there, nicely done. That's a pretty big deal because Weaver is the big win condition for a CB team. Just the remnants of the gold strength still lingering, enough to take down the bug. Beastmaster is back, has a Blink Dagger as well. Now going for a BKB. I think going for a BKB first would have been quite nice, but they want some more initiation. Ooh, Net catches the Shadow Demon on the edge there. Gets a good 65% of his mana drained there. CB tries to go for some kind of chase, but I don't think they have what it takes. This is the entirety of Team 1 move as well. They burst down Shadow Demon immediately. No save here with the Sharpshooter. Elder Titan goes down as well. No escape for Darkseer either. Very explosive combination there from 1 move, taking down 3 members of CB in quick succession. And this is the perfect place as well, because they can immediately take down a tier 2. Very well played by 1 move, and this opens up Roche beautifully too, if they want to go for it. 8 more seconds until Gold Strength is ready. It looks like Invoker already rotated towards the mid lane to finish his Hand of Midas. I think they can still go for Roche. Beastmaster can actually solo it. If you have Axe and like 1 more item, you can easily solo Roche, and that is exactly what he's gonna do. With all of the healing from the Aghanims, with all of the damage, with the boars being able to tank. Even the Hulk can tank a little bit, funnily enough. If you switch the aggro at the right time, Roche can actually aggro into the Hulk. But look at his damage, it's just insane. I feel like this should get changed at some point, because so much of this hero's power budget is in his Aghanims. I'm not sure if that's healthy game design. It is what it is, and it is an Aghanim Scepter Beast with an Aegis. A terrifying prospect at 18 minutes. He's about to finish his BKB too. He has gold for the Mithril Hammer, almost, and then just the recipe, which is like maybe 2 minutes of farming. It's crazy. This man is a menace. Sven, meanwhile, just sitting here solo bottom, trying to go for some kind of play here. Is he gonna jump onto the Shadow Demon? Yeah, he tried to. Just cannot get the vision in time. Doesn't really want to chase. Beastmaster blink forward, gets the roar onto the ET. With the Sunstrike and the Sharpshooter, easy kill. It's not the most consequential one, but it's always nice to get. There is some counterplay against Aurora with the disruption, but only if the Shadow Demon is close, and Shadow Demon is so poor. He doesn't have a Blink or an Adderlance or a Force. So his positioning is kind of tough, because if he gets jumped by the Beast or the Sven, he dies. If he gets caught by either the Ice Path or the Bushwhack, he dies. So it is a very difficult game to play a defensive support.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Game is not over, but the tier 2s are slowly falling for Sibe. They're trying to catch up in some way.
Radiant's middle
But it's
tower
hard
is
because
under
one move has so much map control here. Just sitting in the Dire triangle, pressuring both of these towers. Only the Dire jungle is really a relatively
Dire's
safe
bottom
place
tower is under
for
attack.
Sibe right now. Sven queues up an Aghanim Scepter. Maybe really nice this game. He has so much mobility in his items. And so much movement speed agnostic mobility as well. So it doesn't get countered by the Shadow Demon ulti. Speaking of, it comes out onto the Sven. They want to try to go for some kind of play on him, and they just absolutely explode him. No BKB for him. And he gets punished for it. And Invoker as well. Jakiro already falls. Beautiful combination by Sibe, and Beastmaster is still alive, but he might just go down twice. Roar already expended. Can Hoodwink try to go for some kind of play? He actually just blinks out. I cannot believe he got that nice distraction by the Hoodwink, but still, really nice fight for Sibe. And they actually managed to find him. Beastmaster could be in a lot of trouble, and are we gonna see a 5-0? No! He gets the BKB right in time. But what a beautiful play from Sibe, proving that they're still in this game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
One move, just getting a little bit too cocky there with Sven's positioning,
Radiant's
because
middle tower.
this just proves how vulnerable he is in this game.
Radiant are scanning.
I feel like you just really need to respect this combination of the Darkseer plus ET. Because Sven just absolutely exploded with the Shadow Demon amplification as well. It's a spicy combo, and suddenly the 10k lead isn't what it used to be. No more Aegis, the tier 2 still standing. Things are definitely looking up for Sibe. Invoker does have a Midas, so I think overall one move is gonna farm slightly faster. Like Beastmaster, Invoker, Midas, Sven is definitely gonna outfarm Void Spirit, Weaver, Darkseer in most cases. But we have to respect their team fights. I think Sibe should try to keep this momentum going. Just try to keep going for these big fights, because I think that's where they thrive. I think one move has the edge when it comes to skirmishing and pickoffs with all of these setup heroes and Sunstrike, but when it comes to big fights, it's definitely Sibe's area of expertise. I would love to see Sven buy a BKB. It kind of feels bad against Demonic Purge, but he kind of has to, yeah. And he did change his mind about the Aghanims. Could be in a bit of trouble here as well. Blinks up to the Ancients. But Weaver is already there, and he's gonna go... Oh, actually he has a Gleipnir. Gets the root off, and Sven is in the middle of nowhere. Support TP is coming in, but it's way too late. Nothing can be done here. Nice wall as well onto 3. Already BKB and Roy used onto the Darkseer. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. It's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. They managed to burst down the Jakiro as well, but it's Weaver in a lot of trouble. No time-lapse. Down he goes. And Void Spirit, I think he's out of Astral Step Charges, and it looks like he's going to be going down as well. No escape for him. One move with a beautiful response. They still lose their Sven, however. I think it's still slightly in favor of one move, though.
Radiant's middle tower is
Sibe
under
just diving in slightly too deep. Shadow Demon almost has his Adderland, which is going to be really nice for positioning. He has the Ring of Vizier and a Blink Dagger as well, so His reach with his spells is a lot longer than it used to be, which is very important in this match. Oh, Sven jumps into the little sweet spot. Gets to think about his sins for roughly 13 seconds. Is he gonna get freed? Nah, it just blinks out. Beastmaster still chilling in the top lane, going for a Shivas. Pretty basic item pickup. Gives you some stats, which is nice for a universal hero. Some armor, which is very nice against both the Void Spirit as well as the Weaver. And of course the active that slows and amplifies any spell damage done, not just your own. So it's just a very natural pickup on Beastmaster. This is also a cute little trick you can do, just throwing the axes to the next camp. Because every single axe can only hit you once, which means that if they just hit on the way back, that deals the same amount of damage. And by hitting 2 camps, you basically double the damage of your axes, which is pretty darn nice. I am a Beastmaster enthusiast, for those who haven't noticed. Almost a Mantis tile up for Void Spirit, which is very nice this game. There isn't really something like an Orchid to dispel, but there are a lot of debuffs on the one move side. You have Dual Breath, you have Liquid Frost, you have all of the Beastmaster slows, so both the slows from the Boars as well as the Hawk. You have Invoker, Cold Snap, and Spirit Vessel. It's just a great Manta game. On top of just having strong illusions and a lot of benefit from the stats as a universal hero. We see a big smoke from one move. Can they find someone here? I think Siebe is in a good position. They have vision in this lane as well. They see the Sven. They see almost everyone. They know something is going on. Sven tries to run in, but Siebe backing off, just waiting for the right time to strike. If they can find a big combo, that would be huge. But if they lose the Void Spirit, that could be huge. Nice disruption as well. Vacuum onto 2 into the wall. But Void Spirit could still be in trouble. Slight mistiming there with the Sharpshooter. And it looks like Void Spirit is gonna make it out just fine. Doesn't look like Siebe has really found the fight they were looking for either. That being said, they do escape with all of their lives. Gold Strength was used, as well as a few big ABs. In return, they used Wall, as well as some of their ultis. So big fight, but a little bit anticlimactic. Hoodwink going for the pop killer build with Rush on Gleipnir. Not sure how to pronounce it. Just such nice synergy with your Bushwhack. And actually now it's Sive's turn to smoke. They catch the Hoodwink. Can they find him? Nice disruption. They should be able to take him down. Oh, actually, nice jump onto the high ground by the Hoodwink. Can he make it out in time? And at the same time, one move is already initiated on both the Shadow Demon and the ET, bursting them down. Darkseer as well. Can Weaver escape? Gets dusted. Should be fine for now. It's already a 3-4-0. Nice distraction by the Hoodwink. Can they also get the Void Spirit? Yes, they can. It's gonna be a 4-4-0 on top of a dieback in favor of one move. Even I was too distracted to see the counter initiation coming, and this timing is perfect because Roche is up as well. But now they have all the time in the world to take Roche and set up for any kind of push. It's gonna go to Beastmaster once again, and I actually quite like this decision. Usually I say to give the Aegis to the hero that's gonna push towers, but in this case, Sven is so BKB and ultimate dependent that his second life really isn't that impactful, while Beastmaster is just this scrappy kind of brawler who's just gonna provide full value every single time he's alive. Looks like they're setting up for the mid tier 2. Could try to go for the tier 3 on top as well, but I think going for the tier 2 first is probably better. Oh, and they find the Darkseer. He's in so deep. Oh, the Bushwhack is missed, but it doesn't even matter. We see a Roar come out, disruption save, but I don't think he's making it out. Sharpshooter hits, and he was way out of position. And now Shadow Demon gets punished for his mistake as well. Darkseer out of position, and that just completely opens up the high ground. No reason to go for tier 2s now, they can just take racks.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They can just take racks here. I don't think there is no buybacks either. And I really don't think Seabay wants to defend 3 against 5. Actually 3 against 6. God Strength popped. And Evoker is not even in the fight. I guess he has BOTs to join the fight, but this just shows the confidence here from one move. They're like, yep, rack secured, easy peasy. Actually, Beastmaster jumps in and they get the kill onto the ET as well. They should have waited just a few minutes on Seabay, but they're positioning. Oh, they're just in way too deep every single time and they're getting punished so hard. You just step out of position once and you lose racks. And potentially the game, as it's now a 23k lead at 29 minutes. And it doesn't mean the game is over, but it's damn well close to it. Beastmaster now going for a refresher orb. And this man is just so incredibly farmed. And what can you even do against all of this? I think they have nice counter initiation for a single kill attempt, but there's just so many jump stuns on one move, it's really hard to play against. Invoker hunting for something here and his entire team is following up. Roy hasn't been used just yet. We do see a wall now onto the Beastmaster. He still has his Aegis, so he's gonna be fine. And Sven jumps in, gets the Shadow Demon, and that's the best target they can find. Stun onto the Void Spirit as well. It doesn't look like... Oh, they actually might have the damage. No, ulti. He goes down as well. It's a 2-4-0 so far, and Darkseer is way out of position once again. And there is no escape here. It's gonna be a 4-4-0. Only Weaver escaping. But all Weaver can really do this game is just run away. Yeah, this game might be ending very soon. There is no Aegis, but with a 26k gold lead, do you really need one? Aghanim's now finished for Sven as well, if he wants to. Could save for buyback as well, but I don't think that makes very much sense. Because you tend to not need buybacks when you have every single tier 2 still up, as well as a tier 1. Yeah, and they just don't care. Just 3 hits onto the tier 3, but we could see a nice fight here. This is how the comeback started before. Now Beastmaster jumps in, gets the roar out onto the Shadow Demon, takes him down. He is quite deep though, needs to be a bit careful. Pops his BKB. Can he make it out in time? Pops his refresher orb, has another roar, another BKB. He's gonna stand his ground. So much damage coming out. He's such a raid boss. Jump in onto the Weaver as well. Do they have the damage? Not quite yet, but Void Spirit is gonna die back, I believe, here. And Darkseer is once again gonna go down. They just have no answer for this Beastmaster. Weaver does make it out, but it just feels like we've reached the end here for Seabay. One move just too damn strong. Even when they get the nice initiation, just nothing they can do. 25 seconds until Darkseer is back. They could try to go for one more fight. Ooh, Weaver, does he have ulti? Can he make it in time? No, he cannot. Nicely timed by the Hoodwink. I think this game is over, and indeed GG is called. One move. They take game number 1 in convincing fashion. Of course, that's just game number 1 of the best of 3. We have at least one more game to go. And I don't think that Seabay looked helpless by any stretch. They just got kind of punished for their mistakes. But they did have that one really nice fight in the bottom lane. So I think there's definitely hope for them to win game number 2 and take it to a deciding game number 3 game. But overall, one move just played it a little bit more, I guess, tightly. They made less mistakes. Their map movements were more coordinated. Every single time they took like a big fight, it was around an objective they wanted to take. So if they went for some kind of skirmish, they made sure that after they won the skirmish, they could actually take a little bit of map control as a result, which is a really big deal. while Seabay, whenever they won a skirmish, it was kind of on their side of the map. So they would spend the time where the enemy heroes were dead to like try and regain some map control or push out the lane somewhat, and they just couldn't push it back. I had some hope when they got the nice fight, but ultimately one move was just too strong. And Beastmaster, you know, I spoke about it in the pregame, just an extremely strong hero. And I don't really like the picks that Seabay went for against the Beastmaster. I think Weaver support is really nice against Beastmaster, but Weaver carry is... it's questionable at the best. Either way, that was just game number 1. We have lots of good Dota ahead for you guys. At least one more game in this series, potentially 2. And afterwards, we're gonna have a whole new best of 3 to look forward to. So stay tuned, guys. We're gonna go into a small break to catch our breaths, drink some water, make sure that the players have some time to rest their eyes as well. And then we will be back once the second game is ready. So stay tuned, and we will be back. welcome back everyone to the CCT Series 1. The first of many amazing online tournaments for Western and Eastern Europe. I am once again your host, Wingblade. We just had a pretty cool match between One Move and Sibe. And we are still in that same best of 3 to see if Sibe has what it takes to take this to a game number 3 or potentially even go for the reverse sweep and move on as a strongest team in the group. But I personally have my doubts. One Move, they did look very strong last game. We had a little discussion about Beastmaster in the pre-game, how I thought he was one of the most underrated heroes, which is saying something as he's like the 5th most contested hero in this tournament. But still, I think he's underrated because I think he's potentially even the best hero of this patch. Would be quite surprised to see Sibe give One Move Beastmaster once again, because he was paramount for their victory. Yeah, so I think Sibe has their work cut out for them. They need to respond to the One Move draft a little bit better. I think their lane matchups didn't make that much sense. I don't think the Darkseer Shadow Demon, for instance, did poorly. But still, like, do you really want a Shadow Demon to go together with your Darkseer as opposed to a different hero that like has more innate synergy? I don't know, and I felt the same way about the top lane with the ET Weaver against Beastmaster. It just felt like it didn't completely gel the way it should have. And I feel like if they can fix those issues and then make sure that the positions where they fight in the actual game are more in sync with the objectives they want to take at certain times in the game, I think they can definitely take it. But it's gonna be a rough one for sure. There is a reason why One Move so far hasn't lost a series just yet. But they do bleed. They have lost games, and if it bleeds, it dies. If it loses games, it loses series or something like that. So yeah, we'll see. We are into the draft for now. Sibe has already taken out their own Weaver from the previous game, Phoenix, and they're now awaiting their 3rd ban, while One Move has taken out Ember Spirit and Dazzle. Dazzle. I don't know why people pick Dazzle. I don't think he's that good. I mean, he's not bad, but is he really like first ban material over something like Tiny or Beastmaster or Shadow Fiend? I'm not quite sure. But hey, One Move is winning, so can I really argue with them and their strategies? Yes, I can, because it's my job. Gosh darn it. So, Sibe, they banned the Templar Assassin as well. One of the strongest carries right now. One of the few heroes that actually has good matchups against most of those annoying tanky offlaners. So it makes a lot of sense to take out immediately. One Move, what do they still want to ban? As I spoke about before, there are still some strong heroes in the pool. We have Darkseer, we have Tiny, we have Beastmaster, we have Brewmaster, we have Shadow Fiend. Oh, actually Beastmaster was banned, as predicted. Batrider still in the pool, Enigma, Chaos Knight, Pangolier, Witch Doctor, so many good options yet. Which one is it gonna be for them? Which one are they gonna waste all of their reserve time on? It's gonna be Shadow Fiend. And they instantly pick up a Storm for themselves. Very, very interesting. Very, very confident. They're like, okay, here is 2 matchups I don't want to play against. I don't want to play against Ember. I don't want to play against Shadow Fiend. But anything else you throw at me on my Storm, I'm just gonna deal with. I like it. I like the confidence. Let's see what Sibe wants to pick up against this Storm. There's plenty of heroes that would be really great right now. I think Nyx is an option that has historically been very strong against Storm and definitely still is. The only thing that's a bit awkward about it is laning, but I think you can remedy that by picking it up together with a Darkseer, because I think Darkseer plus Nyx is actually a strong lane, not just a lane that does okay enough until Nyx gets his level 6, like a lot of other lanes, but no, I think it's actually a good lane. But first, they pick up a Leshrac, the Disco Pony, up against Storm. It's definitely a very good matchup in the mid lane itself, and then in the mid game it becomes a little bit more even. But I think all things considered, he's a pretty okay pick against Storm. Like, he doesn't really catch the Storm, but he also doesn't die to Storm, so I think it's fine then. Because in the mid game it's kind of even, and in the laning stage you win, so you add those things together, and you have a good matchup. Next up, one move, they ban Tiny and they ban Io. I don't think those heroes are ever really played together anymore, or that often, compared to back in the day. But still, both valid bans. Just communicating with production real quick. Be right back. Okay. It's the struggle of solo cast, but don't worry, we're not missing much, as we're just looking into some reserve time for Sibe. And Sibe they actually pick up a Rubik. Interesting. That's a pretty early Rubik pick, I would say. Generally, you kind of want to wait with Rubik until you can make sure you can steal some cool spells. But at the same time, he is kind of good against Storm Spirit. And it's a really nice setup for Lesh. It's some pretty decent spells to steal. I can see why they went for it. Ooh, and one move, they pick up the Elder Titan this time. Interesting. I wonder if they want to go for the Darkseer as well, for like this strong combination. I'll have to wait and see. So, Sibe, they ban out Spectre. Spectre is not the strongest carry right now, but he does have a lot of innate synergy with Storm Spirit. The Storm Spirit has a very long engage range, and so does Spectre. So it kind of, both of these heroes amplify their each other's global presence, which can be quite hard to deal with. And we see a Gyrocopter from one move. Very, very interesting. You love to see it. I wonder if they're gonna play this as a carry or as a support here. I think both are good. And I do think that having a Gyro plus ET lane could be very strong as a position 1. As position 4 or 5, it kind of depends on what else Sibe picks. We'll see. It's definitely nice to have some flexibility. So Sibe using up a lot of their reserve time. Sibe pick up the Crystal Maiden, the most basic support in the game. Does really benefit from the facets though. And they pick up Underlord as well. Underlord, just a very strong offlane hero. Fits into pretty much any draft. And his new ulti is kind of nice. We see a lot of Aghanims on Underlord as well, which I think is fun. Oh, and one move, they're like, okay, you have a very cool draft, but what you don't have is damage, or at least a lot of damage, so well, we might as well just pick the Dusa. So this is a very mana-heavy draft, and I don't think CBI has the space to go for any kind of mana drain hero anymore, because Anti-Mage has been banned, Nyx Assassin doesn't really fit into the draft anymore because they only need a carry. Lion, same thing. Like they could go for like mid Nyx or mid Lion, but I think that's not really what you want to go for. It's a bit gimmicky. I think it can work, but it's such a specific thing that you kind of need to have it prepared. You can't just pull it out of a hat and expect it to work. So we'll see what they end up going for. And it doesn't look like One Move really knows what they would want to go for either, because they're using quite a bit of reserve time here on their final ban. What would they want? What is a good hero against? I guess they could go for... I wanted to suggest PL, but PL is really bad against Gyro and Storm. Maybe Wind Ranger carry would be nice. With a relatively quick diffusal, I think that could work. This is now... Oh, they banned the Brood, so... They're like, okay, in the mid game, there really isn't that great of a matchup to pick. So we're just gonna pick or ban some kind of cheese hero because we're confident in our draft if it goes to a regular mid game 5v5. I think that's fair enough. But what is their final pick gonna be? I would expect it to be either a position 4 or 5. Oh no, it's not. So it is gonna be Gyro support then? Probably Pango offlane? Or it could be something like a position 4 or 5. Nah, it's probably gonna be Pango 3, Dusa 1, Storm 2, ET 5/4, Gyro 5/4. Okay, it's an interesting pick. I think Pangolier is very strong against these Seabay heroes so far, because they're quite slow and quite spell dependent, and that combination makes them very vulnerable to Pango. And yeah, this was the one other hero I wanted to suggest for Seabay, the Ursa. You don't have any like innate mana drain or something, but you do have infinitely scaling damage on a single target, so it is quite nice against Dude Keeper in position. At the same time, it can be very weak against Dusa as well, because Dusa is a difficult hero to burst, and if you're behind and not being able to kill Dusa before she gets off ulti, that can be really rough. Like, you jump in with your big position 1 hero and you don't manage to kill anyone, that can be very, very difficult to play. But we'll see how it ends up going. I think the draft is interesting. I still favor One Move's draft this game. I think the Storm is going to do quite well once he gets a BKB. I think the Pango is going to create a lot of chaos. And I think those heroes together can make enough space for the Dusa to become a real significant threat. And of course, I like seeing Gyro, I like seeing ET, so I'm a bit partial to them as well. So yeah, I think the Disco Pony is a nice idea. I think it's gonna do well in lane at least. But I could see it really falling off once heroes get BKBs. So we'll see. Maybe CB can bring it back, but my money would be on a 2-0 in favor of One Move. Of course, I am just an analyst. I cannot predict the future. Maybe this is the special CB draft that they've been practicing for years. That this is gonna do it. Make sure that they bring it back to a 1-1. I wouldn't be able to tell you. So we are just waiting to get into the game to see where this best of 3 brings us. Of course, this is not the last best of 3 of the day. We still have Rivnia against Just Better after this, which is gonna be, I guess, a big match for Group A as well. It's gonna... Because both CB team as well as One Move are already into the playoffs, but the match between Just Better and Rivnia is gonna decide which of those 2 teams is gonna make it as the third final team for Group A. But we are into the game. CB already smoked up, trying to go for something. I think their level 1 is actually really weak, so I don't think they want to go for any kind of real brawl around the bounty runes, unless it's like a 5v2. Because Rubik is okay, but he doesn't really have a stun. Underlord is kind of meh. Ursa is quite weak. Leshrac is kind of squishy. CM, it's like all meh. And if you compare that to what one move has, I think it's a bit scarier, especially with Elder Titan. I think Elder Titan is one of the strongest level 1 heroes.
30 seconds to battle.
We'll see. It looks like one move is in position to try and go for these top bounty runes. Of course, Seabay, they do have a ward in the mid lane, so if one move tries to go for a play, they're gonna be able to see it coming. So I would expect Seabay to just go for the two runes on their side. Just let the runes top B, but actually no. They're gonna contest the top river rune and give out the bottom river rune. And one move isn't gonna try to fight it. Fair enough. It's an even 2-2 bounty split, like every single game pretty much. Nothing too exciting just yet. Bit of trading between Rubik and ET. ET dropping his spirit. Gonna see if he can get the creep wave with that and then send it back, which is gonna mean that it's huge. But he doesn't quite reach the next creep wave. Would have been nice if he could time that somewhat. And here we have the spirit coming back, so he has some relatively strong punches, but it's only a level 0 astral spirit. So it isn't the most impressive thing we have ever seen. He went for the passive level 1. Just for better trading with the Rubik. That is interesting. Oh, I love this little play from Rubik as well. Physically blocking the camp to not reveal that he has a sentry there. He does take like 3 or 4 swipes with the briefcase. I think that's worth it. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Storm Spirit getting very, very low. Like, this usually doesn't happen at level 2, but I guess Lesh must have landed a stun when Storm Spirit was trying to get close. And like with some creep attacks, with a lightning storm, that is a lot of damage. Oh, and on top lane, ET, the briefcase man, he gets the chase down. He gets the first blood on Rubik. There is an instant return kill in favor of Underlord, but that is definitely worth it. Well played by him. I guess Rubik must not have been level 2 just yet, because when there is a lift, it's really a shameful display to ever die to an ET. Yeah, he's just level 1. It makes sense. He is forgiven. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we have Gyrocopter plus Pangolier up against Ursa, Warrior, and Crystal Maiden. And I don't think that is a lane that Ursa particularly enjoys. Like, he should be able to get CS just fine, but he's never gonna be able to kill the Pango unless the Pango really misplays. It's with the amount of melee punishing there is going on in this lane. It's hard to play in Ursa and get any kind of work done. You run in, you get rocket barraged, you get jumped on by Pango, you get disarmed, disabled, jumped away from. There is no fun to be had for Ursas in this lane. Ooh, and that would be interesting. I spied with my little eye a Mask of Madness in Ursa's Quick Buy. That is an item that hasn't been popular on Ursa for years. Storm getting low. Still has a Fairy Fire though, so he's gonna be fine. He's been low for a long time, but he's still leading in terms of CS. I think he's gonna be quite pleased. He still has his wand, still has his Fairy Fire. Doesn't even need to use it. But the timing is a bit unfortunate to get this low right when the wave is at your tower. Because that means that Lesh is just gonna deny every single creep, and if you get close, you're just gonna get smacked.
Radiant's courier has been
Speaking about being low, Ursa walking around on 200 HP as well. He has some more tangos and he has the Lotus as well. He's also gonna lose his courier. He really isn't having too much fun here. Good amount of damage onto the Crystal Maiden. There is no missile just yet, and Gyro actually needs to be a little bit careful. He should be fine. Should be fine.
Radiant's courier has been
But he's
killed.
definitely threading the needle there. A nice Oh, does Pango's passive still disarm? It doesn't, right? Maybe it just... Okay, I need to check this. Because this passive has changed so many times. And I am a lot of things, but I am not a dirty Pango player. Let me check briefly along with you guys what's going on. So yeah, these days his passive, Lucky Shot. Yeah, it's just an attack speed slow. So it is no longer a disarm, just attack speed slow. It's a similar purpose, I guess, but just slightly different in how it works. So Ursa going for phase boots into madness. I think this is kind of the right approach against the Dusa. Because going for Battle Fury, then you're kind of submitting to the fact that you're just gonna get out-farmed at some point and you're not gonna be able to put on any pressure. So instead he's like, okay, I know that I'm not gonna be able to out-farm the Dusa, so instead I'm just gonna try to win this early. Because Mask of Madness allows you to take Roche like the moment you get it, pretty much. It means that you can fight a little bit better early in the game. And ooh, we see a big fight here. Actually, it's not that big of a fight. Bit of a skirmish. Crystal Maiden goes down for it and Ursa has to run away. He really isn't having any fun and it's not gonna get any better too.
Middle tower is under
I feel like he really needs his Leshrac to rotate in some way. To try and make some space for him. Because he can barely even sit at the tower, and that's really rough for an Ursa at this stage of the game. Lesh is doing very well, though. Level 7 up against a level 5 Storm Spirit. He's gonna get his level 6 of this wave. Yes, and there we go. Level 6 on Storm. But it's still a full level advantage, which is really nice to see.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
If you're a Siba fan, of course. Ursa. Just 1400 gold away from his Mask of Madness. Already 500 net worth behind the Dusa. Doesn't sound like much, but at this stage of the game, that's like a full Bracer or Wraith Band behind. Ooh, double Bounty Rune in favor of one move too. Looks like Elder Titan is gonna die for this. Almost manages to take down Underlord. I'm still not entirely sure if that's worth it. We now have a missile coming out onto the Ursa. But Pango going in and he's gonna pay the price for it. Bit of over-aggression punished there by the Leshrac TP. It does buy a bit more space for the Storm Spirit. But ideally, Pango would have just used his Swashbuckle to get out instead of trying to engage. Still, relatively even early game. Which I think slightly favors one move. Because I think their draft skill's way better. But still, I'm sure that Siba isn't going to be too sad about how this is going.
Radiant are scanning.
Rune is going to spawn top, so that's a DD rune for a Storm. That is scary. The Storm is really dependent on runes to exert his map pressure. We'll see what he decides to do with this, but we have an Underlord ulti coming towards bottom. It's gonna be Ursa being engaged or being the engager. Is Pango gonna make it out here? It's taking a darn long time to kill him, but Ursa does finally get in the final swipe. So really nice rotation by the Underlord, securing that kill. And then just taking the bus back to the top lane. Storm has his treads up, probably gonna go for a Witchblade next. It's kind of the basic build for Storm Spirits these days. Just amplifying that solo kill pressure. Good amount of pressure coming out onto the tier 1 tower here. Normally it's the other way around, but Leshrac has been forced to rotate a few times.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Double bracer on Pango. Looks like he actually had a Mage Slayer in his quick buy as a first item, which I think is very nice. Ooh, missed Split Earth there, so that's gonna cost them the kill. Storm Spirit tries to go for an engage, but has to be very careful because he's completely out of mana and he gets taken down. No chance for him. Overextension there by XNE. He had to amplify and he thought he had a bit more time, but so he on the high ground with his Frostbite. Even if Crystal Maiden didn't rotate though, I'm not sure if the Storm Spirit would have made it out there. Ursa has his Mask of Madness, but only level 3 in Fury swipes. Meanwhile, Elder Titan gets taken down. And Roche is now in the bottom lane. So, I think it's a bit hard for him to solo it just yet. But I think if one of his teammates shows up, they could definitely take the Roche. Now we see a bit of an engage onto the Underlord, but he is very, very tanky. But with the Gyrocopter ulti, they have plenty of damage to take him down. No points in Pit of Malice either, but Gyrocopter is going to be the price for this. As Crystal Maiden gets another kill, now dominating on the CM.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Leshrac going for a Yules, so opting to go for the more skirmishy style, as opposed to just going straight like Bloodthorn and BKB and being the big teamfight tank. I think that's probably the right call. Because in this game... Ooh, there we go. There's the Roche attempt. They have enough tanky frontline with the ET as well as the Ursa. Yeah, this Roche should go down uncontested. Only Pango is close, but none of his team can really help him. Could see a bit of pressure onto the Lesh, but because two heroes are in the Roche pit, it's gonna be hard to respond. But still, he's just a bit too tanky under the tier 1. There we go. Roche goes down. Aegis for the Ursa. That's very nice after the rough start that he's had. Oh. And Storm Spirit generously donates 2 creeps to CM. What a gentleman. Invis bottom for Leshrac. Doesn't bottle it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Or does it not show in the thing? I think it used to show. We'll have to keep an eye on that when we zoom back to Lesh. That's the thing about solo cast. Like, you don't have the analyst who can Google shit for you. Instead, you just kind of have to guess and pay attention yourself. Almost mech done for Underlord. And we see a smoke from CM plus Lesh. I think that probably means that the Yules is done. Ideally, I think they want to find the Storm if they can. So I don't think they have the damage to take down the Dusa, just the 2 of them. Storm should be doable. Spirit stolen for Rubik. Pretty decent spell. Gives vision. Gives a good amount of damage and armor as well. Which is even better when you're ranged. Just level 2 though. And of course you don't have the synergy with the Echo Stomp.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think he probably would prefer to steal something like a gyro, rocket, or ulti. Like, just looking at this game, there really isn't that many great spells to steal for Rubik. ET spells are pretty situational. Storm only really has Ball Lightning as a good option. Dusa is kind of meh. Pungo has the roll, which is nice to have. And Gyro has his missile and ulti, but none of these spells are really game-winning, I would say. It's not like having an LSA from Lina, for instance. Gyro gonna be taken down there. Throws out the ulti for a good measure, but no escape. Another kill for the CM. Now 5-0. Or a 5-1. At least she has a 5 streak.
Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's
Wonder what she's gonna do with all of these items, all of this money. Because I don't think this is the kind of game where you can just buy Blink BKB and just blink in an ulti and expect it to go well. Because Stone Gaze still exists. Earth Splitter takes you out of it. There's just a lot of tools to deal with the CM. We'll see. Ooh, and Ursa still goes for the Battle Fury. Part of me kind of expected the Diffusal Blade afterwards. But it is quite nice that you can turn the Mask of Madness and disassemble it and then turn it into the Battle Fury.
Dire's top tower is
Rubik
under
getting
attack.
himself a Glimmer Cape. He has the Rocket Barrage now, so that is a lot of damage if he can get into range. Which is a fairly big if as a just 1000 HP hero. One Move has to know that something is up, but they have the Pit of Malice. Do they have enough chain stun? Yes, they do. X and he goes down. Didn't see that coming, just got caught on the edge of the Pit of Malice. Just plenty of follow-up stuns there.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
This is the kind of game where you kind of have to buy a BKB really quickly on Storm. You kind of want to buy it first item, but you also kind of don't, because then you have a first item BKB and like no mana to use. It's definitely a bit awkward.
Are scanning.
Speaking about awkward, we have a Dusa player here.
Bottom tower is under
We haven't really spoken about her all game because she's just been in the jungle farming. And she is doing very well for herself, that's for sure.
Radiant
Just
bottom tower
clicking
is under
creeps.
attack.
Knows that she's probably gonna be fine if this game goes late. Which I am tempted to agree with, but at the same time, I don't think this is a game Medusa can solo carry. I do think she needs the Storm and Pungo to pull their weights. Because in a just straight 1v5 situation, Dusa just has no chance against Ursa and all of these disables.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So we will see. Could see a big clash here in the top lane. Big Zip coming out onto the Crystal Maiden, but it's actually a turnaround and Storm just gets taken down immediately. Do they have the damage to deal with this Lash? It looks like the answer is gonna be yes, but not before they also lose the Gyro. Stolen shield crash by Rubik. Can they kill this Pangolier? He doesn't have the opportunity to jump out, and now it's Dusa in a lot of trouble. There is no more ulti. She gets blocked and she's gonna get taken down as well. Disastrous fight for One Move and Sive. They're gonna get a 5-for-1 here. That Storm jump, he was in way over his head, and Sive just took great advantage of fighting in such an enclosed space. And now I'm starting to worry for One Move a little bit. I feel like they really overextended there, trying to fight, just completely underestimating the turnaround potential from Seabay there. The Storm jumped in, got frostbitten, stunned, and just died. That's not really what you want to do with your mid laner. Like, you can't jump a hero that has almost the same net worth as you and expect it to go well. It's just a recipe for disaster. Witchblade is up for the Storm, but he really needs the BKB. Otherwise, he's just gonna keep feeding every single fight. And Seabed, they know this. They know that Dusa needs more items and Storm needs more items. So they can be hyper aggressive right now. And they can farm in like the craziest places because they know that one move doesn't want to fight. It's really a great position to be in for Seabed.
Radiant are scanning.
Xeni has 1600 gold. Just needs another like 2.5k to complete his BKB. So it's gonna be a while until he finishes it. It's not the Storm start of dreams. Yeah, I guess Rubik does have some nice choices to steal. I guess they're not as flashy or obvious, but if his positioning is good, I think he can make some magic happen here. And he's also just really farmed. Only like 1.5k behind the Storm. That's a great position to be in, because the longer he can stay alive, the more spells he can steal, the more impact he can have.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And with the Netherlands plus Glimmer Cape, you're quite elusive. Yeah, he's just being so aggressive. If he wasn't as... Oh, he actually didn't go for Netherlands. He has a Yules, even better. Like, he can be so aggressive. Oh, Roche. Oh, we could be seeing a big Roche fight here. Earth Splitter comes out as well. Roche is incredibly low. Does one move want to contest this? I don't think they really have time. They would need to go now, and it's already gonna be too late. It's too late. Seabed did take the Roche once again. They couldn't get there in time. They didn't have the Earth Splitter. Storm was too hesitant to go. The Seabed once again. They get their second Roche of the game. She's now on the ledge as well. How is one move ever going to kill anyone? With Bloodstone now completed. Cheese as well. Yules now working towards a BKB. Good luck killing this Pony.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
ET has drums. He's trying to get a Yules, but it feels like this is a difficult game to play ET. Yules into stun. Into Pulse Nova, and down goes the Gyro. That's another free kill in favor of Seabed. Haste rune on Storm, probably the most useless rune you can find on a Storm. But he does almost have his BKB finished, which is going to be really nice. Rolling Thunder coming out, but it gets stolen by the Rubik, I believe. Pipe comes out as well, so even with the Rolling Thunder, they don't really have what it takes. Oh, and now Ursa jumps in as well, and I think that could just be a dead Pango. 2 more hits, 1 more. Not quite. He escapes as well. And Ursa actually went for an Aghanim Scepter, so being able to use his Enrage now in the middle of disables, he is gonna be one difficult hero to deal with.
Tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
It also means that he can be way more aggressive onto the Dusa. Because usually, even with a BKB, you have to be kind of careful.
Dire's middle tower
But now you
is
can
under
just
attack.
run at her, and then when you get stunned, you just press ulti.
Radiant are scanning.
Storm Spirit, just a few hundred more gold, and he has his BKB. He is quite underfarmed, but the BKB is gonna help a lot. Because Ursa doesn't have Basher either, it means that he's practically immune for 9 seconds. Still, I think they have some damage issues on one move, which is crazy looking at their draft. Oh, jump in, and they are gonna get Pango this time. No escape. eventually he was gonna get caught playing cocky like that. But I think that's kind of what he has to do. The more creep waves he can kill, the more time he buys for his Dusa and Storm to become the course they were always meant to be.
Dire's top
And
tower
Dusa is still quite farm. Oh, this is another death for the Gyro. Easy peasy. Gyro was very deep. But the same thing still holds that I just mentioned. They just need to keep killing waves. Need to make sure that Seebeck cannot use this Aegis to take tier 2 towers. Losing a single Pungo or a Gyro isn't really that important as long as Dusa and Storm can keep farming. That being said, I have my doubts about Dusa actually being able to carry this game, like I mentioned before. Because both the Pungo and the Storm are so poor. She's gonna have to do most of the heavy lifting herself, and because that is the case, they can just Yules her, stun her, Pit of Malice her, until the entire team is dead, and then just have the Ursa go 1v1. Almost a BKB now for Lesh as well. He's pretty much a full item up on Storm.
are scanning.
Speaking about items, Underlord, he's almost finished his Crimson Guard. And that means that Dusa is gonna do even less damage in fights. And Dusa is already not really known as a very high damage hero.
Are scanning.
With one move, they're still gonna give it a try before the Crimson Guard is out. They have their BKB on Storm. This is the time to strike. There is no Aegis, there is no nothing. They wanna go right now and they wanna make it count. Let's see what they can find. Ooh. It looks like Seebe is getting out right before one move arrives, but Underlord is still there. That's gonna be a very nice kill if they can get it. It's gonna be a slow one, but his team is nowhere to be found. Ulti comes out, so we could see some reinforcements here from Seebe, but I really doubt they want to jump into this gate. Yeah, it's probably not gonna happen. Probably not gonna happen. Even the Ursa isn't great. Oh, Gyro? Oh, Gyro.
Radiant's bottom
Just
tower
teasing us a little bit, being like, I might just jump into 4 enemy heroes. But not quite, not quite. And that was a really nice pick-off, because this means that they're probably gonna be able to get this tier 2 tower as well. Rubik now TPing back. I could definitely see Seebe trying to go for a fight here. Underlord is respawning very, very soon. Do they want to go for a fight here? I'm not sure they do. Ursa doesn't look like he wants to leave the triangle just yet. Gyro ulti coming out. Dealing some damage to the Rubik, but nothing too severe. And tower is still alive for now. Underlord TP's in. And one move pieces out. Storm Spirit now going for an Eternal Shroud. Surprisingly, not the first time I've seen this this patch. It's just still too good of an item. Especially in a game like this where most of the damage, aside from the Ursa, is going to be magical. So you might as well make yourself almost twice as tanky. Because you go from like 25% magic resist to something like 60, 65 with a fully charged up Eternal Shroud. That basically doubles your effective HP against magic damage. Feels weird though, that like mobile intelligence heroes are buying Eternal Shroud. But that is just the meta that we're in. Everyone is tanky as hell. Basher up on Ursa. There is something else in his career as well. Ooh, this could be a big fight here. Rolling Thunder already coming out. Ursa can't really find a great target to engage just yet. BKB has to be pulled by the Lash. He still has his G's and his Bloodstone, so he's very tanky, and Storm is completely out of mana. There's no Dusa ulti either, and all of Seebe are still so healthy. It looks like Dusa is gonna have to start running away, but it's too late. All of her team is pretty much gone. She's just standing here in the middle, no mana, and she gets taken out. Still, it's a 3 for 2 so far, and it's gonna be a 3 for 3. So if it ends like this, with no more kills, I think One Move is probably gonna be fairly okay with this. Because once again, they take an equal-ish trade. But they kill the creep waves, though. There's no objective. Oh, they get the Pango! Nice bash. First hit bash. That's when you know that it's a good Ursa. Ooh, Frostbite coming out. Is this gonna be a solo kill into Gyro? No, it's not gonna be a solo kill, but it's still gonna be a kill. Just trying to create space.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still, not too bad for One Move. Even though they lost both their Dusa and their Storm, they're still alive. And the lead is not really getting any bigger. Kaya up on the Storm. Probably wants to get a... I want to say Kaya and Sanj. Could go wild and go for the Yasha and Kaya.
Roshan has fallen to the race.
I've seen crazier things happen these days. I think a lot of Storms actually go for Meteor Hammer. Not really because of the active. Like, the active is nice as well because you can combo it with the Vortex. But the fact that it gives 50% mana regen amp is what most Storms get it for. But I think Kaya and Sanj this game is also just very good for the status resist. We'll see what he ends up going for. I think both are valid options. And Lesh didn't even have to use his cheese last fight. He's gonna be very happy with this. Finally, the tier 2 is gonna fall. And suddenly, it's almost 14k lead. I'm just speaking about how the lead is barely increasing, and then I blink with my eyes and the lead has doubled. And now they have an Aegis. They're knocking on the door of the high ground. Are we gonna be able to find this Rubik? Eventually he blinks out. Oh my god, this is taking so long. And Storm has to use so much mana to try and deal with this single Rubik. They are gonna be able to kill the CM, so that's a nice kill as well, but they're not dealing with the main threats. Ursa and Lesh are still completely uncontested. Still, if they can get away with just a 2 for 2, it's once again a good trade in favor of One Move. Let's see. Yeah, Meteor Hammer it is. Almost an Aghanim's for the Pango. Pair up with his Mage Slayer, makes him even more disruptive in fights. Just getting those constant swashbuckle swipes out. Ooh, Regen Rune for Storm as well. That could be big in the next fight. Because we've seen him be able to kill supports. It just takes most of his mana. So being able to heal that right back up, that's going to be a big deal. Abyssal Blade up for Ursa. This could be nice to try and burst a hero like Storm Spirit. It usually would be fine with his BKB. Almost has an MKB as well, anticipating the butterfly. Underlord ulti comes out, and they are gonna find the gyro once again. Down for 50 seconds. He does not have buyback. I don't think he would have wanted to go for a buyback. Ooh, can't quite find the storm, but they do force the BKB. Storm just jumps in so incredibly far. Uses like all of his mana, but with the Meteor Hammer mana regen plus his 10 stacks, he almost has a permanent regen rune. It's pretty crazy. Aghanim's up for Pango. I feel like one move is still getting their item timings. They're definitely not out of this game. Even with the Aegis on Ursa. Because Dusa is starting to get to a stage where she actually deals damage. And she's going for... what? She has a Witchblade. And she's gonna get the... I think it's called Miasma or something. No, it's what is it called? I'm so bad with names. It's Parasma. That's it. Interesting. You know, it does give 40 intelligence, so that's a lot of effective HP. And I guess she has a lot of int in her build and kit anyway. So the dot is gonna hit quite hard. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let's get a courier snipe, but she's just gonna walk to the secret shop. This is a bit risky because Ursa is there. But Ursa is also completely alone. So probably doesn't want to engage there with his team far, far away.
Radiant are scanning.
Flash now with the Kaya and Sanj working towards his Shivas. And I don't even remember the last time he died. It's been so long. Feels like in every single fight he isn't even getting close to dying. They just ignore him, try to split the fight, and then try to kill the creep waves. Once again, big smoke from one move though. They have the Parasma and the Aghanims on Pango. They want to try to find some kind of fight now that there is no Aegis. They find the Crystal Maiden, probably not their preferred target, but still would be nice to start the fight with. Stolen cooldown by the Rubik, dealing a lot of damage. And Dusa now in the middle of the fight, but Storm gets stunned and bursted down. Cannot do anything, does have a buyback. He's gonna jump right back in. Elder Titan falls as well. Dusa dealing a decent amount of damage. It's kind of only tickling. Now finally they get the stun onto Leshrac and they get the kill. 2 buybacks used, but it's also 3 kills in favor of one move. Rubik buying back as well. It doesn't look like they just wanna re-engage though. Another fight that is pretty decent for one move, but the price was high. Having to use the Storm Spirit buyback. I'd like to see Dusa get something like a Deadless as a final item to really start dealing good damage. Oh, but they engage onto the Dusa and they don't have anything to protect her. Does have the Disperser mana. Can she get away? Bash! Bash comes out and it's gonna be enough. Dusa goes down. No buyback, 90 seconds. Can they somehow manage to kill this Ursa in return though? He's getting very low, doesn't have an ulti for another 2 seconds. And I don't think they're gonna have the damage, and it's gonna be Pango falling as well. Down he goes, beyond godlike for Rinse Q. And there is no way Jaro makes it out either. Triple kill in favor of Ursa. And this could mean high ground, this could mean Rax in favor of Seabay. Finally, they've been able to crack the Dusa, finding her out of position. Is this gonna be it? Storm and ET are still alive, and that is nice, but there are no buybacks whatsoever. Underlord ulti comes out just to, I guess, de-push a little bit. We see Daedalus on Ursa. Well, you don't see that often because he doesn't really hit that hard. But he does have the Enrage facet, I believe. So he can get a lot of plus damage if people hit him during Enrage, which is kind of hard to avoid when you have a Dusa. That is first set of racks down. Fortification comes out to try and protect the second, but there is still 10 seconds until Dusa is back, so they should be able to kill this without any issues. That is 2 sets of racks down in favor of Seabay. 21k gold lead now. Roche up in 1 second. It's all coming together for Seabay fans. Eternal Shroud on Leshrac as well, as if he wasn't tanky enough. They did prove last fight that they are able to kill him. It's just, it takes a little while. Ursa smoked with his ninja gear, trying to find something, but the entirety of one move is smoked as well, and they're heading towards the pit. If they're able to snipe the Roche, that is a pretty big deal, because I think this is Aghanim's. It is their third Roche. Can they sneak this? All of Sibe is coming. I don't think they have time. They're gonna try though. Roche is falling pretty fast. Also thanks to Elder Titan. It's now at 30%, 20%. Is Sibe gonna be in time? It doesn't look like it. One move might have sniped this. And they do get the Aegis onto the Dusa. Cheese on Dusa as well, but they need to hurry. Because Sibe is still close, and they get out, all of them. Grand Theft Aegis here by one move, keeping the game alive. Now it's only a 14k lead. That's what the Aghanim's Blessing does. Crazy. And Ursa is also almost 6 slotted, now working towards his 7 slots with the Aghanim's Blessing. So that is also, I guess, good news for one move, where you're like, okay, the Ursa is really dangerous now, but he's not gonna get that much more dangerous. I mean, he can replace his boots if he wants to. He can upgrade his blink, and he can buy the Aghanim's Blessing and exchange it for a BKB. He's reaching that point where he's reached his peak. That being said, that might just be enough to win this game. Dusa now going for a Bloodthorn, most likely. It's a nice mix of utility and damage. I think it works quite well here. Also, there's more synergy with the Parasma. Lesh is also almost 6 slotted. Just has his Wind Waker to upgrade and his boots. And then, of course, he could buy the Blessing as well. Getting that Nihilism up. For now, both teams just playing very defensively, neither one really wanting to make that one big game-losing mistake. I think this is the kind of game where you wish you would have bought Midas if you were a support. Ooh, interesting. See, I'm picking up the ninja gear. Just for the smoke effect. Speaking about smokes, big smoke by one move. And who do they find? It's gonna be the CM. That's a very nice kill to start off the fight with. Storm getting stunned, getting chain stunned. He is gonna be fine with his BKB, and he should be fine. And very interesting position from the Dusa, standing on the high ground, just going ham. And once again they find the CM, and that could be a dieback here. Dusa being pulled in by the stolen Electric Vortex, but she's still very healthy, and she still has the Aegis as well. Storm still at half mana, should be fine for now. Leshrac going for the man fight against Dusa. Finally pops the cheese. Gyro taken down as well, and more importantly, they managed to take down Storm. That's the first life of the Dusa now as well, and this very well could be the end of the game, because Dusa does not have buyback. Goes for nice Hurricane Pike, but I don't think this is going to be enough to save her. It's pulled back to the low ground, but yeah, there's kind of no way she makes it out of here. She has no mana, she has nothing. Down she goes. Beyond godlike, no one can stop the bear. Pongo goes down as well. I think this should be it. GG is called, yeah. No buybacks, and finally the game ends. It's been on the horizon for a while, but somehow one move just managed to hang on. Every single time they managed to kill some creeps, skip some waves, steal a Roche, take a decent fight. but it never felt like they were doing anything else than just prolonging the inevitable. Yes, on one hand, they were making sure they weren't losing, but I don't think they were ever really winning. The end, it was a 16-0 and 6 performance from Ursa. Damn, what a game. At the start, we predicted that if the game were to go late, then one move would definitely have it. Like, they had the Dusa, they had the Storm, but it felt like Dusa was kind of the only real threat. If they managed to just drain all of Storm's mana and, like, drag on these fights, eventually one move just ran out of steam, they picked off all of the heroes surrounding Dusa, and then ultimately it ended with the 1v1 Ursa against Dusa, and that definitely wasn't in Dusa's favor. So Siva, they have done it. They have brought this game back to a 1-1, which means that we're gonna get a deciding game number 3 to keep their hopes alive to be the top seed in the bracket. Because of course, both of these teams have already qualified for playoffs. So yeah, they are relatively safe. But of course, you want to get that high seed. You want to prove what you're capable of. And speaking of that, we are gonna go into a bit of a break, get some drinks, get some water, get some rest. Teams are gonna do the same. I'll keep you guys up to date about when we will be back, but for now we're gonna be going into a bit of a break, so stay tuned and we will be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No, it was not a mistake. I was initially a bit surprised as well. I wanted to send a message to production. Wait, you cannot predict the future. One move hasn't won the third game yet. This is crazy. But actually, no. Unfortunately, it was another forfeit where CB team was just like, third game we can't play. So it's gonna go to one move, 2-1. I was looking forward to more Dota after that second game. And we are gonna get more Dota, luckily. It's just not gonna be this best of 3. It's gonna be the conclusion of Division A, or I guess Group A, not Division A. So we're gonna go into a bit of a break while we wait for the players and teams to get ready for the final best of 3 of the day. So stay tuned, guys. We will go into a break and then we will be back with the final exciting best of 3 of the group stages. So stay tuned. Welcome back, Dota fans, to the CCT Series 1, the first of many amazing online tournaments for Western and Eastern Europe. My name is still Wingblade, and we have arrived at the final best of 3 of this final day of the group stages. The best of 3 is going to be between Just Better and Hrivnia, and we should be in for a good one. Unfortunately, we've had quite a few forfeits today, so I hope dearly that today, for our final best of 3, we're just gonna have a full series of 3 games, so everyone gets the Dota they deserve. So let's take a look at the group stages, because we are at the end, and this final match could very well be very important for these teams. As we can see, Just Better and Hrivnia are at 6 and 3 points respectively, which means that if Hrivnia manages to beat Just Better, they are actually gonna make it through, and Just Better is gonna be eliminated. So this is a very important match for both of these teams. Of course, One Move and Siba have already secured their spots, and Level Up, unfortunately, has already been eliminated. So that is Group A. Group B, I think, is already set in stone, as the advancing teams are gonna be Dragon, Nemiga, and I think it's gonna be Team T, and Monte and Winter Bear are unfortunately eliminated. So one more match ahead of us between Just Better and Hrivnia, so let's take a look at their rosters. So for I think this is this is Hrivnia. They have Yovai, Nish, Bubodi, Fernand, and Flacco. I think this is a fully Ukrainian squad, if I'm not mistaken, and a lot of young players as well. So it's nice to see. I don't think for most of these they haven't been on too many other rosters in the past. So it's always fun to see these teams rise through the ranks. You never know if this is gonna be like the next squad of TI level players. Like a few years back, you would look at like ATF, for instance, and be like, yeah, he's on this one team, he's playing okay, but you know, he'll never make it. And now he's like one of the best players, and same for players like Dobson and stuff back in the day. So yeah, that is the roster for Hrivnia. I still hope that I'm pronouncing it correctly. And let's take a look at Just Better. Oh, I love this team. Of course, they have Focus, Duck, Skylark, Astral, and Spartan. A lot of old school players. Focus has been on and off from at Finham back in the days. And of course, Duck, Skylark, and Spartan, part of that legendary squad that took second place at the Boston Major back in the day. And Astral is a player from Belarus that has been around and about the Dota scene for many years now. So it's always a fun group of fellas. They have been around for a long time, just playing in mostly tier 2 tournaments, sometimes making it through to like DPC Division 1 or qualifying for a tier 1 LAN somewhere. But mostly they've just been providing us with good games in online tournaments, which I am incredibly thankful for. So those are the squads we have ahead of us right now. So far, I think Hrivnia did slightly better in the tournament itself. Let me just check. No, actually, it's Just Better that is 2-1, and Hrivnia is 1-2. So Just Better has been performing just better so far. But looking at this head-to-head, that doesn't seem to be the case, as Yowai has much better stats than Focus. Better KDA, better win rate. So interesting. I guess maybe like Just Better has been playing against better teams or something. Because I wouldn't say that just from these stats that suddenly I would favor Team Hrivnia. Regardless, maybe this is an omen of things to come, and Just Better is just gonna get crushed. But only time will tell. So we will get into the draft soon. It's just gonna be a few more minutes of my face, just talking about miscellaneous details. So I remember back in the day, I don't think the Just Better team was called Just Better back then. Because my goodness, these players have been like, you have like 7 players that keep like going in and out of teams. And every single tournament they play, they have a better, a different team name pretty much. Like it's been at Finham, it's been Brame, I believe. What other names did they used to have? Now they've been Just Better. I think there's been like Level Up as well. I don't know. They've just been on way too many teams. Team Greece as well, of course. So yeah, for now it's Just Better. And they always tend to pick some strange heroes. Of course, they used to play with Wish, who is a mid player that plays heroes that are quite off meta. Like he played Tinker when no one else did. But of course, they are back to playing with Thug. And I think Thug back in the day used to be known for his TA mostly. But these days that is a mostly a carry hero, so we'll see what he ends up playing. I think he plays a pretty good puck as well, but that hero also isn't meta. And I think they also like their tanky melee position 4s. Think like Clockwork, Bounty Hunter, that kind of stuff. They also used to play a really killer Primal Beast position 4. Every time I watch this group of players play, I hope they go for that again. It's just pretty darn cool. But we will get all of these questions answered soon enough when we get into the draft. Unfortunately, I'm not as familiar with Hirivnia in terms of their picks and their bans and like what their comfort heroes are. So I think we'll just go with the flow, look at what is popular in the patch, and see what Hirivnia picks. Just looking at their previous games, they have played some Brute Mother. They seem to quite enjoy the Spirits. Yeah, I think Ember is definitely one. They play a little bit of Io. So yeah, they are not the biggest meta slaves ever either, which is always nice. I love seeing a bit of that creativity. So yeah, we should be in for a good one. What else is there to talk about? So yeah, we have almost finished the group stage now. There is also 2 playoff teams that get like a free pass to the playoffs, which is gonna be Twisted Minds, which is the stack that has like Shad, the Dutch carry, as well as Stonebank, Pablo, Hansken, and Atlantic. So some relatively well-known names in there. And Liga team, which is like the Eastern European stack with Violent, Rival, BB3, PX, 1J, and Pantomen. So a nice combination of new school and old school players. It's always interesting in these kinds of tournaments where you have these teams that do really well in the group stage, and you're like, okay, they may be able to take this one, and then they meet these invited or playoff teams, and they get absolutely crushed. So I'm curious if that's also going to be the case in this tournament. So I think teams like Dragon are quite good, and One Move is pretty decent as well. But it's not like either team really cruised through the group stages. Because Dragon Esports Club, for instance, they won their matches against Nemiga and Winter Bears 2-0. Which is like, yeah, that's fair enough. But they also had a forfeit, so they only really played 4 matches. And just looking at teams like Twisted Minds and Liga, these are players that have played in Tier 1 tournaments or have been around the scene for a long time. So would I really give a team like Dragon the edge against them? I'm not so sure. But of course, only time will tell. First, we need to figure out the final teams to make it to the playoffs in the first place. And then we can start speculating about which team is better than which one. I think we can already take a small look at the playoff matches since the draft hasn't really started yet. So it looks like the first 2 playoff matches are already set in stone. It's going to be one move against Nimiiga. So that seems a little bit one move favored, but one move also got a lot of forfeits, so it could be pretty close still. Then we have Liga against Team T, and Team T looks really strong on paper, but hasn't really performed super well. And the other 2 teams we don't really know yet. So that is kind of an overview of what the playoffs are gonna look like. But for now, we haven't been able to start the game just yet, so we're gonna go into a really small break, and then I'll let you guys know when we start with that draft. So stay tuned, and we will be back very soon. And as promised, it was indeed a very small break, and we are into the draft of the first game of the last best of 3 of the group stages between Hrivnia and Just Better. We are right at the start of the draft. It's the most exciting time where we see the same like 7 heroes banned that we always see banned. So let's see. Let's bring it. Show us. My guesses are it's probably gonna be Weaver, Darkseer, Tiny. Either picked or banned. I guess TA is often first banned as well. That's Pango. Okay, it's a Pango. It's not the most popular hero in terms of bans, but it's up there. It's up there. So, let's see. Have Hrivnia really played any Pango in previous matches? Let me just take a quick look. Oh yeah, they have played Pango in the past, mostly as an offlaner. I feel like people in general are kind of switching to Pango as an offlaner as opposed to mid. Because they keep nerfing his abilities, but his disruption in fights is still quite similar. So Hrivnia, they banned Shadow Fiend and Tiny. Probably one of the best carries and one of the best mid laners. No big surprises there. And I think Focus is the kind of player who can play pretty much any carry you throw at him. And I mean, Shadow Fiend is definitely a Thug style hero. As we discussed before, there we have the IO ban. Hrivnia, one of the teams that actually plays quite a bit of IO. So no surprises there, but it does still leave some pretty spicy heroes left in the pool. If they are now banning Phoenix, but it means that a hero like Darkseer or TA or Weaver, they can still make it through. And they are quite appealing first picks. Another hero that's very popular is Enigma, but today we haven't really seen any of them. I do like myself some black holes, so I get to wake up my cat during casts. So final ban is gonna be Beastmaster, a hero that I've spoken about ad nauseum today, so I'll spare you guys. One more ban for Just Better. Let's see, is it gonna be the TA? Is it gonna be the Darkseer? It's the Brewmaster. Okay, so they ban the Brew, pick the Darkseer. Ooh, and instantly we see the Brute. I spoke about how Rivnia is a team that values this hero quite highly, but they actually pick it first phase. That is some confidence right there. Because I would say that there are certain heroes that Brute does really well against, and certain heroes that Brute does okay against. I don't think there is a lot of heroes that Brute really gets destroyed by. There is a few heroes that can stand their ground just that little bit better than others. So we'll see what they bring to face it. And what does just better want to pair with the Darkseer? Today we saw a Shadow Demon being paired with the Darkseer, but that wasn't really that successful. And because they do like their tanky position 4s, I think that is probably what we're gonna see. Probably something... I guess Clockwork did get nerfed quite hard. But something like a Clockwork, that style of hero, I think would be really nice. First we see the Dragonite being banned. And the Razor too. Razor is kind of a strange ban to me though. You literally have a hero that gives other heroes max movement speed to run out of the link range, and still you're afraid of a Razor. I guess the wall illusions from a Razor don't really deal that much damage, so I guess that is one justification. Fair enough. In Rivnia they pick up the Weaver. Definitely think it's one of the stronger heroes against Darkseer. Whether you want to play him as position 1 or position 4, I think both of them work just fine. He is an agility carry, but he also has a lot of built-in mobility, and he's quite dependent on his abilities to deal damage, so Weaver illusions aren't really what you think of when you think about strong illusions. I think it's a fine pick. I still want my answer to which tanky position 4 they're gonna play though. If they're gonna play one in the first place, because I might just be talking out of my behind and it could just be a regular position 4. And they pick up Rubik. Could be 5, could be 4. We don't know yet. Can't just make assumptions like that. What else do they want? I think Astral does play quite a bit of Rubik, and Spartan isn't really known for his Rubik, I think. So what are they gonna go for? They're using up quite a bit of reserve time just to pick a Crystal Maiden. Interesting. So no tanky position 4s, and it's gonna be another lane where Darkseer is paired with just a regular range support. And Rivnia, they go for a Disruptor. They have some interesting picks here, and a Sven now too. We saw Sven before in the matchup against Darkseer, and I do think it's quite a good matchup, all things considered. Because, of course, you have a stun, which is nice against the Surge. You have some cleave, which helps with keeping the lane equilibrium against the Iron Shells. Ooh, but this is a nice pick from Just Better. Picking the TA against the Sven, that's a classic matchup. Where Sven only deals really large hits, but he hits quite slowly compared to like illusion heroes or heroes with damage over time. So TA is almost like a textbook counter, and there really isn't that much to deal well with refraction charges in the mid game. So really nice pick. I wonder if it's gonna be a position 1 focus TA or a position 2 thug TA. I think both of them play TA totally fine. Ooh, and it looks like Rivnia expects it to go mid lane. because they're still banning carries. Ursa and Troll both taken out of the equation, both classic Sven counters. I'm not sure if they're really counters, but they're just good matchups. And just better, they ban Batrider and Viper, two heroes that TA doesn't really enjoy playing against. So what is the final pick for just better going to be? They just have like 14 seconds of reserve time left, so they need to make up their mind whether they want this TA in the hands of Thug or Focus. It looks like it is going to be a Focus TA. So they are going to stick to the meta and just play the TA safe lane, and they're going to put Ember mid to create some chaos. It's interesting because I don't think any of these heroes are really well known to deal super well with Brute, specifically. I think TA, when played as a carry, if you're playing against Brute offlane, is pretty okay. All things considered. Because Brute is melee, you have a lot of damage potential with the Psy Blades, you have some armor reduction, you have the Crystal Maiden that can keep you in place. I think it's alright. It's not the most classic counter, but I think it should work okay. And for the mid matchup, what does Herivnia want? They have so much time left. They can pretty much cherry pick their matchup against Ember. They could pick like Huskar or something and just ruin his game. We'll see. They have all the time in the world. I think the most meta counter pick of Shadow Fiend is already banned, so that's not really an option. And they go for Monkey King. Okay, that's another classic Ember counter pick, but it's not really that meta. We've seen a few teams play around with it, like I believe Quinn played it today or yesterday against, I don't remember if it was PSG Quest. But he played it mid against a melee hero and just ran away with the game. So maybe Herivnia were inspired by that. So yeah, we have our drafts finalized. Interesting. There has been a little bit of innovation in this draft. We have some cool picks. We have some interesting lanes as well. Like, you don't see Ember against Monkey King in the mid lane that often. So I think it's a pretty good matchup for Monkey King, all things considered. So obviously Ember is quite limited by his cooldowns. Because yes, he can maybe be aggressive when he has Flame Guard up, and you can keep spamming Sleight of Fist to try and get the Monkey King low. But you can never really fight him in the mid lane. You can only like try to take down his HP by spamming slowly but surely. So I'm interested to see how the Monkey King is gonna play it. If he's gonna be super aggressive, or if he's just gonna try to leverage the fact that Ember can't really get close to creeps. So it's definitely, for me, gonna be the lane to watch, because I think there is a lot to learn there. Of course, we have to mention the carry matchups as well. It's definitely very just better favored with the TA against Sven. It's quite difficult to play against, especially if you don't have any like other hero that can easily get rid of the stacks. And Monkey King also isn't a hero that can do that, so I could see them struggling a little bit with Focus's TA. Again, they do have a Brute. They do have some options to deal with him. But yeah, I could see this being quite a one-sided game. That being said, it's just the first game of the best of 3. No matter what happens, we still have 2 Dota games ahead of us. This one and the next one, and potentially even 3. That would be a nice little gift for this evening. So yeah, my money for this one would definitely be on just better. I think the Monkey King counter pick into Ember is interesting, but I could see it struggling a bit more in the mid game. Once Ember hits level 6 and TA has some items. He really needs to be aggressive, because if it gets to a farming kind of game, you have like a tri-core of Monkey King, Sven, Brute Mother, and that just seems really awkward. Because they all kind of want to do the same thing. While for Ad Venom, it's a lot more focused, pun intended. Because you have your big damage dealer, you have the one that provides control, and you have the one that provides initiation. So it just makes a bit more sense to me. But I do see this Hirivnia draft snowballing if they can get ahead. If they can get map control, I think they have a really strong lineup. So now we get to see all of these theories put into practice. How well can they really do? What are the matchups gonna be like? Who is gonna come out on top here? Only time will tell. There is still the remnant. Nah, the smoke ran out as well. Just better being very, very
30 seconds.
careful with their positioning so far. Really don't want to feed for no reason. Weaver being very aggressive, but I don't think he has too much to fear from these specific heroes. The only way he could really die is if he gets frozen after using Shikuchi, but I think that's unlikely to happen.
The battle begins.
It's gonna be 3 bounties in favor of Hirivnia. Just better really unwilling to risk anything here. Looks like we have a pretty high tier TA and Ember Spirit. Both of their respective players being experts on their heroes. So this bottom lane is going to be quite interesting. I still think it's a bit awkward to play Rubik together with Darkseer. I think this Disruptor Sven lane could do very well. Because Darkseer is very adept at running away. But Disruptor is quite adept at dealing with heroes that are good at running away. So I think there is definitely some kill potential. But for me, the lane to watch is still going to be mid lane for sure. Just seeing the dynamics play out between Monkey King and Ember Spirit. Bit of harassment coming out from the Disruptor. We're not gonna see anything big though. Already Ember Spirit at almost no HP. Oh, and we're actually gonna see Weaver go down first. I feel like at least 60% of First Bloods is because one team hits level 2 before the other isn't anticipating it. Weaver gets taken down. Monkey King doing quite well for himself in terms of CS. Needs to be a bit careful as well. One thing he does have going for him is that Ember doesn't have any mana. Now it's going to be Focus in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have any refraction. Is he going to go down there? One more attack. Down he goes. Focus. Falls. Spartan just tries to go for a pull, but leaves his carry completely unexposed. I mean, exposed. Unprotected. Unexposed, I think, is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Another Jingu proc onto Niche. But generally, Embers play it in a way where the Jingu can only be procced by the stun. So you never get into that scary situation where you have Jingu procced and then there is a stun. So then obviously the crit applies to the bonus damage as well, which is quite scary. Oh, melt hit onto the Broodmother. This is a lot of damage, but it doesn't look like it's quite gonna be enough. In fact, there is a miss as well. And with the bugs onto Spartan, he's taking a lot of damage here, almost at negative armor. Now a Frostbite though, and Shikuchi is on cooldown. Overextension by Fernance. Down he goes. That was very close. Very, very close. Focus manages to get the Lotus. Man likes his flowers. Who can blame him? Skylark going for the classic million bracers on Darkseer, because they provide both strength as well as intelligence on a Darkseer. Because his intelligence can never be lower than his strength. Braun is brain. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Ember still really struggling. I thought maybe he would be able to do a little bit better, but poor man is getting wrecked. Monkey King is always quite low on HP, but still, ooh, gets chained on the tower. But nice fortification, that was really well done. Oh, he's gonna go for it! You've got to be kidding me. Oh my god. That was so close. Niche. I cannot believe he actually dove in there. That was crazy. This man knows no fear. Gets away with it though. Gets away with it. Everyone in this game just playing their heroes to the absolute limit. Just being so low on HP, just relying on their game sense to try and anticipate the enemy damage and then being able to make it out. Crazy. Monkey King is back in the mid lane, back to bullying the Ember. Doubling up his CS, having more than 5 times as much denies. Double Wraith Band on this Monkey King. Just going the full early stat value build. Fernand has his urn finished on this Weaver. But no kills yet to fill it up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Get another fortification. At this stage of the game, people tend to use it for mid lane equilibrium, just like stopping the enemy mid from getting 1 or 2 CS or getting in an extra deny. Because there tend to not be any coordinated pushes at this stage of the game. So fortification is just a free tool to use like before 8 minutes or so. Because then once you get to 15 minutes, you're gonna have it again. Free illusion rune for the Monkey King. Probably one of the worst runes to find for a monkey. They should be able to get the kill here on Spartan. Oh, doesn't get the tree cut down. Doesn't have any tangos. Jingo procs. Down goes Spartan. Meanwhile, Broodmother is closing in on level 6. But against the TA, I don't think it matters that much. If the TA can stay ahead, then I think you can still stay in lane after level 6, especially because you have the psionic traps. It's kind of hard to go on you, but with the Monkey King, I don't think Focus is making it out here, especially with the Wukong's command. Just gets clapped by the spiders. I feel like they could have seen that coming. Like knowing that Monkey King isn't back in the mid lane, like what else is he gonna do? Gank bottom? No way. Spartan trying to get out. Is there a stun? Yes, there is, just in time. Spartan tries to run, places a ward. I think that was probably scouted. Now gets glimpsed. One more hit, down he goes. This Monkey King is working out really well so far for Rivnia. Now Fernand has drum charges as well. At the same time, this does mean that Ember managed to get some space in the mid lane. And now managed to get his level 6. Which is a pretty big deal. Getting those remnants means that he can be a lot more aggressive onto the Monkey King. Because he can pretty much always get out in time. Especially before we get Static Storm on Disruptor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage onto Ember Spirit as well. I wonder what he wants to do with this. Wants to go for a gank. Could try to go on the Monkey King as well. We do have a lift back. With the chains as well. One more Slide of Fist is gonna be enough. Down goes the Monkey King. Nice rotation there with the DD. There's gonna be a lot of pressure onto the tower as well. Ember isn't usually known for his tower pushing prowess, but with a full creep wave and a DD rune, there is plenty of damage. Ooh, actually want to go into focus here. There is refraction, glimpse back, but he's right under a sentry. Focus needs to be very careful. Gets caught by the kinetic field, no escape, down he goes. It's already the second death for Focus. And it looks like the Spartan is gonna go down as well. It's gonna take a while because of the frostbite, but he ain't making it out, I think. Yeah, with the glimpse, it's another kill. Even gets the Jingle proc to boot. Very nice. And so far, just Better is kind of struggling in this early game, at least in terms of kills. The net worth still looks okay, mostly because Skylark is having a lot of fun on this Darkseer. Even uses the wall now. They try to go onto the Sven, but Sven still has the stun. Monkey King rotates in. I guess this was just like a harassment wall or something. Just trying to really kill Sven there is optimistic, but I guess they forced some rotations. And actually the Ember is almost even in terms of net worth now with the Monkey King. And he's higher level. So the early game was really nice for Monkey, but after the first successful 2 rotations, I feel like he hasn't really had enough impact. Ooh, nice Remnant away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monkey King now trying to go for a Maelstrom, a nice hybrid farming fighting item. But I feel like he's at this point you kind of want to have more farm as a Monkey King in a free lane. Like 4.3k net worth at 11 minutes isn't bad, but it's also not good. Ember trying to find Brood Mother here, but I think she's quite a difficult kill at this stage. Endless sleight of fist. My goodness. I don't think that's a great way to spend your time there, Mr. Ember. Maybe if you have a Battle Fury or a Maelstrom. These spiders just heal back to full in a second. Monkey King is getting close to his Maelstrom. I wonder what Ember is gonna build, if it's also gonna be a Maelstrom. Very different heroes, very similar item builds, at least at the start. Maelstrom, BKB, that kind of stuff. We see Disruptor setting up at the bottom lane. And he has Static Storm now. I think they want to bait him. Yeah, he goes in. They don't really have enough follow-up. Monkey King wasn't close enough. So Ember still gets the Arcane Rune.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So far, after a difficult laning stage, Brood Mother is actually doing really well in terms of net worth. Just controlling the entirety of the Dire jungle. I feel like no hero at this stage can really contest her either. Ooh, for Nance. One more hit, one more Sleight of Fist with the Arcane Rune. It's gonna be ready, down he goes. Nice kill. They were definitely looking for more. Having Shikuchi on Rubik is amazing though, for hunting down this Brood. Ember is close as well, but with all these spiders close, it's kind of hard to find her. Just running around the jungle with 500 movement speed. Both cliff as well as tree walking.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Sven also really starting to farm well. Has his Mask of Madness, just 250 gold away from his Echo Saber. Maxed Cleave at the same time. Astral gets taken down in top. Just Shikuchi wasn't enough to save him from Static Storm. After an active early game, we've now hit a point where both teams are kind of content to just farm. Try to get their items. Sven and TA were literally the same net worth for a few seconds. Ooh, Ember. Needs to be a little bit careful. Without Static Storm, he's gonna be fine. Finds a shield rune as well, very nice. Slightly mistimed the bottle refill. It's actually, I want to call it a Void Stone. I'm so bad at item names. A Void Stone in his inventory. I guess it's a Yule's or something? Yeah. Building Yule's on Ember always feels kind of bad. But I do understand, because Monkey King is building a Gleipnir. He's playing against the Disruptor. There's going to be an Orchid on Broodmother soon. So yeah, he's very happy about his Yule's reveal. But very sad that he's playing against the Disruptor. So you dispelled the Orchid and instantly died to Static Storm. Unfortunate. Wukong's command comes out, but oh, that's a bit awkward. That's a bit awkward. You know, I don't think anyone saw that. Orchid comes out onto the TA, but TA is more than ready to fight. And now it's going to be Monkey King in a lot of trouble. Just gets frostbitten, hit twice, and down he goes. No Wukong's command to save him, because he, I don't want to say wasted, but he already used it and missed it. So didn't have that bonus armor to rely on. I don't think that would have saved him though. Shikuchi out by the Rubik, but Orchid is still active. One more hit, two more hits. Down he goes. This is a very perilous time for Just Better to try and take fights. And now we have a glimpse back as well. Gold Strength still active, and Skylark just gets absolutely exploded. One more hit, down he goes. But Just Better isn't done yet. Oh my goodness. Focus just blows up the Sven. Buyback by Weaver. Monkey King is back in the fight as well, but this TA is so strong. Down goes the Monkey King once again, and now the Disruptor as well. Ultra kill for Focus. And I don't think he's done yet. He wants more. He has 20 stick charges. Can he get the Rampage here? Yes, he can. Focus gets the Rampage. 16 minutes into the game. I said it was a perilous time for Just Better, but it's perilous for any opponent of Focus. Okay, yeah, I do understand the platinum tier on TA. He knew exactly how far to go, how to perfectly use his abilities, and he got severely underestimated there. Ooh, almost one-shots the Weaver too. And now we're at a point where Focus is so hard to deal with. It's 16 minutes and he has Deso Dragonlance Blink. And if he wants, he's already over a fourth of the way there towards his BKB. That's insane. Let's see what he wants to go for. Of course, carry players, they do really hate buying BKB. So, I don't know. It could be something like a quick Deadless. I don't even know. We have an attempt here onto the Broodmother. And that's actually a lot of damage. My goodness. Just a double Iron Shell and some CM spells. And the 8k net worth Brood just melts. Well played by Just Better. Definitely worth it. Even after losing Spartan, because they forced 3 rotations as well. Niche has his Maelstrom. Could opt to go for the completed Gleipnir. There is also something to be said in favor of getting the Manta first, perhaps getting a BKB. But ultimately, he just wants more. I don't think it really matters what, he just wants more items. At least Sven is still doing quite well in terms of net worth. Not focus levels of well, as he finds another kill, but still pretty well nonetheless. 700 gold away from his BKB. Even with the BKB, I have my doubts about him being able to fight Focus, because it's still a really bad matchup. Thinking by Focus, looking for something here. Not gonna find it. Ooh, that's a nice kill though from Niche. Getting the pick there onto Ember Spirit. Static Storm was committed. I feel like this game, in order to survive, Ember needs Yules and then BKB, which is almost like the most defensive build you can do in Dota. But again, his job this game is not really to deal that much damage. He just wants to be a pain in the side of the supports and survive. It's gonna be Focus dealing all of the damage. Speaking of Focus, he is going for a BKB, but it feels like he should have more go. Ah, he bought the shard. I was like, where did his money go? He bought the shard, so some extra silence here for him. Attempt here onto the Broodmother. Can they catch him? Lift back into Frostbite, into CM ulti. Orchid isn't ready yet, so down goes the Spider. With assistance from both Ember and TA as well. I feel like this Brood pick hasn't really paid off that well so far. Another wall committed. They do find the Disruptor. 3 hits and he gets him in base, I believe. That was so close. Just 3 hits. Gleipnir is completed on Monkey King. But he's still incredibly vulnerable. He has 17 armor, but I feel like he's probably gonna die to 4 TA hits, maybe 5? That's not really the position you want to be in as a mid laner. Ooh, Gleipnir coming out onto the Ember. Uses... yeah, okay, he's very dead. The moment he used himself, when there was still a stun and an Orchid ready, he kind of died. I feel like he should have probably waited for the Gleipnir to run out, but at the same time, Monkey King was kind of faking his stun. So then you risk just dying in a single stun, which also isn't ideal. Astral just being such a pain to deal with his Shikuchi. Are they gonna get Glimpse Vision? Not quite. Well played by Astral. Even steals the bounty. But Body steals the bounty in return. So I guess it's more of a trade. This Roche is absolutely gonna melt. Pun intended. Triple debuff now. Same time, Ember just having fun in the mid lane. He didn't go for a BKB next. He just went for a Maelstrom. Trying to bait out the Static Storm here, but I feel like he could pay for this. Oh no, he self-used again. Come on, man. You can't just self-use. How many times is he gonna make the same mistake? He could have just, instead of self-using, just, I guess, remnanted away, but it's kind of scary against Disruptor. So I think what you can do is remnant away, then send another remnant, use yourself, and go again. I don't know. It's kind of awkward against Disruptor. Because if he gets vision of you for a single moment, you just get glimpsed back. But if you self-use, you're gonna die anyway, no matter what happens. Focus, just getting another creep kill. Oh wait, no, it was a Disruptor. Has his BKB finished now as well. I don't think there is any way to stop him. The only way I could see him dying is him messing up and getting like Sven stunned. Without Aegis, without his team nearby. Because Sven is still quite farmed. Ooh, Weaver gets lifted during Shikuchi. Silence coming out as well with the root. Let's get the time lapse, but Shikuchi is going to be on cooldown. Another silence. But my goodness, they really need to buy some more detection. Like, this is so awkward. Another Shikuchi lift for Nance. He has a TP. He can just TP Shikuchi out. And no one would be able to stop him. Oh, actually Ember gets the chains. Gets the Remnant hit. One more attack. Sleight of Fist isn't gonna hit due to invisibility. I feel like he could have gone for the Yules into chains. Or Yules into Sleight of Fist. Because if you get the Yules at the start of the Shikuchi, it means that when the Shikuchi runs out, he's still gonna be in pretty much the same position.
Radiant's middle tower.
Regardless, just better they get the tier 2 tower. It's only a 2k gold lead, even though focus feels really oppressive. It really isn't that big. Jump in onto the Weaver. Doesn't get the silence quite in time, but still, it's a lot of damage. Let's see a glimpse back, but nah. Oh, stun, Spirit Vessel as well. Focus taking a decent bit of damage, but Refraction taking the brunt of it. Just hitting the tower from the low ground. Not a care in the world. With the Solar Crest on top as well. This is one scary TA. Ooh, could see a sort of big Wukongs. Monkey King running in, doesn't get off his ulti just yet, and he is gonna fall right as he pops it. Focus doesn't have Refraction though, trying to man fight the Sven. Oh, and he gets it off. Sven just gets absolutely demolished, dealing almost no damage. And Aegis is still up. Another jump in with the silence from the shard. Beyond godlike for Focus. No one can even come close to his power level right now. This is just gonna be a set of racks. 90 seconds left. Another vacuum back in. Broodmother dies as well. And at this point, it kind of feels over. I'm not sure what Rivnia can really do against this Focus TA. There is a good reason why people first ban this hero so often. And Rivnia, they just don't really have stuns. They don't really have anything. They don't have BKBs, they don't have a mid, their offlane doesn't provide anything at this stage. It's just really awkward. I spoke about it before, but in just better, their roles are so clearly defined and they just have to stick to the script and everyone is just gonna die. It's now 2 sets of racks, 12k gold leads. They are gonna get the Aegis, which is nice, and BKB is still on cooldown for 7 seconds. They could try to make something happen here. It's about to be ready, so I don't think they should really try to fight. Blink back by Focus. Just better on full disengage mode. Doesn't want to risk it. Why would they? They have complete map control. They can do whatever they want. Oh, but actually they could go right back in. Sven had to use his BKB there. And once again, Spider is gonna fall. And it looks like CM might even survive. Monkey King tries to finish her off. I don't think that's the play, my dude. It indeed isn't, as GG is called, and just better take game number 1 in convincing fashion. My goodness. After the first 2 deaths in lane by Focus, I was like, yeah, maybe Rivnia can do it, because the Monkey King had some decent rotations, but at some point he just fell behind and he couldn't really do anything anymore. He didn't have farm, then they had that terrible fight where TA got a rampage. And ultimately, it just felt like Just Better was in control from like minute 8 or something on. And even the Ember dying like 4 or 5 times in the same way just didn't really matter to their game plan at all. Because the TA was the win condition and TA was just having a field day. Again, that is only the first game of this best of 3. Rivnia still has a chance to make it through the groups. They just need to reverse sweep Just Better. I say just, but that isn't gonna be easy. Of course, stranger things have happened. Best of 3s are never over until the Ancient explodes for the final time. So we are gonna go into a bit of a break. Stay tuned, guys. Everyone get some rest, get some water, and prepare for the next amazing game of Dota we have planned for you. Dota fans, to the CCT Series 1, the first of many amazing online tournaments for Western and Eastern Europe. We are in the final best of 3 of today and of the entire group stage, and currently the score is 1-0 in favor of Just Better, as they played Just Better in the previous game. Herivnia, they kind of looked like at some point they kind of lost the plot. They had a really strong first 5 to 10 minutes, but afterwards it was Just Better all the way. Every single move they made as a team, they came out on top. There were still some individual mistakes, with Ember getting caught off a few times, but ultimately it didn't matter to the overall game plan at all. So we're gonna have to wait and see if Herivnia has it in them to take it to a game number 3 and even potentially go for the reverse sweep. I'm not quite sure if that's gonna happen, but I also wasn't quite sure if Seabed team could take a game off of one move, and they definitely managed to do so. So yeah, we might see a completely different Team Herivnia in the next game. But yeah, I'm definitely impressed by the way that Just Better executed the previous game. I'm also kind of looking at the players, because in the last game I didn't recognize Ember's name, and on the Liquipedia page and with all the information I've been given, it's just Doug, but maybe he went for a name change or something like that. I haven't heard anything about it, but I'm also hesitant to call him Doug, because it might just be a different dude, and then I'm confusing everyone instead of just myself. So yeah, that's always the struggle. Of course, I don't have a handsome analyst to find out the truth for me, but what I do have is a draft for game number 2 between Just Better and Team Herivnia. So let's see, is it once again gonna be a brute first pick? Are we gonna see TA make it through the first bans? I think we will find out very, very soon. So, Herivnia already using reserve time for the first bans. I've never understood this. Honestly, in all my years of both playing and casting, I feel like the first bans are just something that you discuss before the game. Like, you should have this little plan, because all of the reserve time is kind of wasted, because all of the thinking you can do before the game, because it's not in response to something. What can you do? What can you do? Looks like it's a Storm Spirit first ban as a first ban, and then we'll see how Just Better wants to respond. They go for Brewmaster Phoenix, so no annoying Brewlings and no eggs in this game. Vegans around the world are very happy right now, or maybe, yeah, I guess they're happy because the eggs are safe. Darkseer banned by Herivnia. I think it did a lot of work last game. I wasn't super convinced by the lane of just Rubik and Darkseer. I felt like there was like some synergy missing, but they did really well. And Skylark in general, even though it was a game where like he wasn't up against any kind of big big agility carries that you can make really strong illusions of, he still had a lot of impact just with the vacuums and the walls and the slows, the iron shell. So I definitely approve of this Darkseer ban. Speaking about approving of bans, I'm not sure if I approve of Just Better banning the TA. I feel like they could have let that one through, because I think Focus was very impressive. Do like the IO ban. This leaves a few strong heroes still in the pool. Like Weaver is once again free for the taking, as is Tiny. Ooh, and Herivnia, they first picked the Shadowfiend. Probably one of the best mid laners right now, just in terms of like laning strength. He did get some sizable nerfs in the previous patch, but maybe not enough to really take him out of the equation for this patch. So just better, they just respond with his Sven. They're like, okay, cool, you pick Shadow Fiend, I'm gonna pick another strong core. And since there is no TA in this game, we can just pick him first phase and we don't care. Okay, okay. I guess that's the kind of game it's gonna be. Just both teams picking their first pick. No, let's rephrase. Let's start again. It's been a long day. Both teams picking their win condition in their first phase. Because generally when you pick SF and Sven, they tend to be the big carries that take it home for you. With the other cores just kind of supporting or being a semi-carry. We'll see what they end up doing. CM being banned by Hirivnia. Seems like a decent ban. I feel like a CM ban is always a decent ban. I don't think she ever really wins the game for you. I don't think she ever really loses the game for you. She's just solid. And they don't want to deal with solid heroes. What else could they be afraid of? Weaver is still in the pool. Both teams haven't picked or banned it. Beastmaster is another option that I personally quite like against either Sven or Shadow Fiend. Because both heroes are quite BKB reliant, I would say, especially at the start. Like at some point Shadow Fiend isn't as BKB reliant anymore when he gets the talent that speeds up his ulti and when he gets a Yasha and Kaya for a cast point reduction. Because at that point you can just blink in an ulti and it's so fast that it's kind of hard to respond to, so you don't really need to pre-BKB. But just better, they go for Batrider. Another relatively popular hero right now. Pretty strong. Let's see what the response is going to be. Both Spirit Breaker and Vengeful Spirit have been banned. So only, can I count? 3 spirits remain. Ember, Void, and Earth. Okay, and Hirivnia do go for Beastmaster. It's pretty decent in lane if you don't have a strong lane support, laning together with Sven. And in the mid to late game, just roaring Sven every single fight when he has his BKB active is a godsend. Pick up Hoodwink as well, so that's most likely going to be their offlane. Beast Hoodwink is a terrifying lane for any hero, but especially for melee heroes. And just better, they respond with a quick Clockwork plus Viper. Okay. I'm interested to see how they're gonna lane this. I would assume that the Batrider is either a position 5 or a position 2. Could be 3. But I definitely think that the Clockwork is a position 4. That is the only thing I'm relatively certain about. Because I know that you don't want to play Clockwork mid. I know that you don't want to play Clockwork as a position 3. And I definitely know that you don't want to play Clockwork together with Sven against Beastmaster Hoodwink. Not even sure if damnately is a word, but if not, I feel like it gets the message across. The Viper is interesting too. I guess they just really wanna win the lanes and take it from there. But I don't think you necessarily want to play Viper into Shadow Fiend. I think it can be okay, but you're also quite slow and vulnerable to stacking raises. So we'll see if they feel confident in that matchup. Because it's not one I've played a lot or seen a lot. So it could just be that the Viper, like poison attack, presence, and improved magic resist is enough to nullify the advantage that Shadow Fiend has over him in terms of movement speed, slow, stacking. We'll find out soon, so I'll be learning along with you guys, which is always nice. So, Rivnia, they pick up a Morphling. I do also know that that's gonna be position 1. So all they need is a position 5 to lane together with him. Curious what that is gonna be. It's gonna lane against Clock +1 most likely. So I think you would want to have like probably a melee hero together with Morph. But I also, yeah, I was gonna say, you need that kind of hero that can tank for him. And Treant is taken out, Spirit Breaker is taken out, Marcy is taken out, so Abaddon is left. Abaddon is quite a strong hero here. He has the built-in Heart Dispel, which means that he can get rid of Sven Stun, can get rid of Lasso, can get rid of a lot of Viper stuff, mostly his poison attack stacks. And of course he isn't vulnerable to being bursted, which is always a nice attribute to have for a support playing against Sven. Because as a position 5 against Sven, you're gonna be like prime real estate for Sven to move into, if you know what I mean. So yeah, one more pick for Just Better, and they have quite a cheesy draft, but I kinda like this Rivnia draft. They have decent lanes, they have decent matchups in the mid game. I could see it going a lot better for them than the previous game. Unless we now see some amazing cheese pick that just nullifies all of them. I think, I was gonna say OD, but I don't actually think OD is that great here. It's nice against SF, it's nice against Morph-ish. Okay, they just go for Invoker. Probably gonna be the Quas-Wex as well. I think it's unlikely that we ever see Exort. And if we do, it has to be a very specific situation. I don't think this game is that specific situation. And Quas-Wex Exort... Quas-Wex Invoker seems really nice in this game. Because it's one of those aggressive mid-heroes that doesn't have a lot of cooldowns. It doesn't really require that much. So just an Invoker with a vessel just running around the map, just harassing people, that is going to be quite difficult to deal with. Because you just throw out one EMP and SF is useless, Abaddon is useless, Morphling is useless. Just a lot of useless heroes on Rivnia's team suddenly. And at the same time, Sven is just going to be farming jungle. So yeah, I do like this Invoker pick. I think the Abaddon is nice as well. But Abaddon is also quite immobile and short-ranged compared to heroes like Oracle. So I think if Just Better plays it right, they can still get off their disables on the right target. Especially since they're playing around winning the lanes. You hope to never get into a position where dispelling something like a lasso is going to be game winning. So yeah, that is the drafts completed. I think Rivnia's draft is a lot stronger than last game. I think they have a way better chance. Their heroes just make a lot more sense. All things considered, you know, having the Beastmaster and the supports that can actually... I say supports that can make plays, but the Hoodwink that can make plays together with the SF or Beastmaster, I think it's a lot better. That being said, just judging by the previous game, I think that Just Better still has the edge, even if I don't like their draft as much as last game. Just their team play was immaculate last game, so I would still put my money on them. Ooh, we see a late smoke from Just Better, which to me signals that they want to go for some kind of play. And I think they have the lineup for it as well. Invoker doesn't do much, but Clock, Sven, Batrider, Viper, these are quite strong level 1 heroes. I don't think they're stronger than Rivnia, mind you. Because like Shadow Fiend, Beastmaster, Hoodwink, they're pretty insane level 1. But I think they're strong enough to catch Herivnia off guard. Especially Morphling with leveled up attribute shift. That is a death sentence. Yeah, he's dead. Goodbye. Even with the apodic shield, doesn't do anything. Rip. You can morph all you like, but there's just no escape. And it's gonna be a 2-for-2 bounty. Oh, and this is interesting. It's actually gonna be oh, never mind. We knew that. I was gonna say that it's gonna be a Viper offlane, but we knew that once we saw the Invoker pick. So let's see if Focus does as well as last game. Hopefully he doesn't die as much in lane, because I feel like that is really unnecessary. It's not like he died to any kind of crazy rotations. He just died because he misjudged the strength of the other team. I guess he died to a rotation once. Let's not flame him too much. I think this is a difficult lane for a Sven though. First few levels are gonna be quite okay, because the boys are relatively easy to deal with, even for a hero with short range like Batrider, who needs to be a bit careful here. It's a Spartan with the Boar Slow and the Hawk Root, one more, and he does get it. There's gotta be an Acorn shot soon, but for now, not gonna commit for it. That was really bloody close. Sven already lost his courier. That's a bit awkward. So he cannot get his bracer, which I think is an interesting item for Sven as well. I guess it provides some regen and some stats. My cat is meowing loudly. He definitely agrees. He's like, Sven should buy a Wraith Band, not a bracer. This is crazy. This is madness. And Thug or Ainami just disconnect as well. He's like, yeah, I cannot approve of this. I'm just briefly gonna check the Dota buff for the previous match, just to see if it's Thug playing. Let's see. Is it Thug? Because on Dota buff, it now says, tell me a till. Like, I don't know what that means. But I guess he played quite a few games for Level Up and Brame, so I think it's fair to say that it's Thug. And I'm sure production would have informed me if there was a stand-in. So I'm just gonna call him Thug. Production confirms they don't know either. Thug is just being difficult. So luckily, no long disconnect, just a quick reconnect. And Shadow Fiend doing really well in this mid lane against the Invoker. 11 and 3 up against soon to be 9 and 3. This Viper pick against Morphling is interesting as well. So I think Viper is a very strong laner, but I think Morphling is one of the heroes that can do pretty well against it. Because he can always heal up for pretty much free, just by morphing to 1 strength and then going back up again. And also he has a 40 mana like CS secure device that can also be used for harassment. So I think it's a pretty okay matchup for a Morphling, especially within Abaddon as well. Oh, Cox just gonna get missed. And even the Dutch balls are gonna miss for Astral. I'm curious to see how this lane is gonna develop. I feel like in general, Herivnia just has stronger lanes than last game. I feel like the Shadow Fiend is favored, the Beastmaster seems favored, the Shadow and Morphling maybe doesn't seem favored, but is also like decent. So I think if they can keep it together, they're in a good spot this game. Poor Sven getting harassed by birds. It's like buying some chips close to the sea, getting harassed by seagulls. That's what it feels like. And Thug's so low already. Shadavin's a very difficult hero to play against. The constant raises, the fact that he has like 120 damage at like 5 minutes. And every time you get raised even once. Oh, Tornado is still gonna hit! Well done by Thug, and this is a dead Shadow Fiend. Man, that was a beautiful TP and Tornado coordination. And that's kinda gonna flip the script mid, I think. Just getting that kill there, getting the XP, getting the gold. Ooh, but now Skylark is gonna be in a lot of trouble. Is there a way for him for Morphling? Is it even needed? It wasn't even needed, but they get the kill nonetheless. Astral, just a bit too late there to try and provide support for his Flying Snake. Overall, I think the rotation was probably still worth it. Spartan getting very low here with the axes. One more hit. No, never mind. He had sticks. He had stick charges. So I hope everyone doesn't hear my cat screaming. Because the poor fat boy is on a diet. Because when I got him, he was a little bit overweight. Ooh, Astral gets taken down as well. And it's gonna be Skylark once again in a lot of trouble. Getting very low. He has some stick charges, but I don't think he's making it out of this one. 2 more hits. 1 more hit with the Adaptive Strike is gonna take him down. At the same time, Beastmaster getting very low as well. Yeah, so as I was saying, my cat is very vocal and he's on a diet and he's very, very hungry, like he's never been fed in his life. I can assure you that he has been fed and he doesn't need any more food. Illusion Rune sniped by Fernance. I don't think they will be able to get Astral here. Ooh, maybe with the Blood Grenade. There are no more cogs. One raise is gonna hit. Second one is just out of range. Yeah, he isn't gonna get it. And with the Tornado, Astral gets away with theft. Nicely done by him. Wasted a lot of time as well for all of Rivnia. So Thug not really rushing his urn, just buying some value stat items first. Focus has his bracer finished, probably wants a Mask of Madness into Echo Saber like every other Sven player ever. Ooh, and that's another death on the Viper. Oh my goodness, this Viper pick is really not paying off. I spoke about how Morphling was one of the better matchups, and it's really proven to be the case, as Skylark has already died 3 times, and he's 16-7 up against a 39-23 Morphling. He's getting crushed, and you don't pick Viper for his mid to late game impact. You pick it to win the lanes, and when you're not winning lanes, well then you're kinda screwed. Focus is still doing well, but is he doing well enough? They're trying to chase down this Beastmaster. Nice Tornado once again by Thug. He has his scope set with his Tornadoes. And Fernance is gonna be dead as well. There is a Cold Snap, and down he goes. 2 nice kills in favor of Just Better. Good first rotation by the Invoker. And Astral once again snipes the rune here. Doing really well on this Clockwork. Let's see, Batrider level 5 here.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, and they actually rotated Skylark bottom to be like a second kind of support. Gold strength pop. They're gonna try to go for another kill here. Spartan. Kinda wanted to go there, but he's caught out of position and is taken down. Oh, and this is interesting. Thug. Not going for a vessel at all, just going straight Midas. I'm not sure if I agree with this decision, because I feel like they really need to keep up the pressure. Because if they don't, I don't think that like Invoker, Viper, Sven outskills Beastmaster, Morphling, SF by any means. They do get the kill onto the Beast at least. That is very nice. Poor Beast has been struggling. The start was okay, but now I think this is already his third or fourth death now because of all of the rotations. And there we go. Big ulti. Actually, he doesn't even ulti. He just straight up dies. So just better is kind of doing what they have to do here. Getting the rotations onto the Beastmaster, onto the Shadow Fiend. Only the Morphling has been proven to be difficult to deal with so far. I think they're gonna try to rely on Invoker and Sven later in the game. Oh no, Skylark. No, not again. Not again, my friend. Oh. That's another kill. I feel like all of Morphling's kills have been on Viper, and all Viper's deaths have been due to Morphling. This is gonna be a tier 1, practically for free, in favor of Herivnia. Shadafi needs to be very careful though, there is a hook shot and Invoker is close. If he shows mid, he's definitely gonna go down. They don't spot him, now they see him I think. In ward vision, hook shot comes out. Do they have to follow up? We have a support TP coming out from Hoodwink, but I think it's too late. And Shadowfiend should be falling here. We're not seeing it on the screen, but he does die. Doesn't get off his ulti. Nicely done by Just Better. Every single time Hirivnia gets some kind of objective, Just Better is there to go for the trade. This is very sloppy by Hirivnia, because I think going for the tier 1 was very nice, but you need to protect your Shadowfiend. And if your team is making a play, you need to be a bit more defensive. Still, it's a 2k gold lead in favor of Herivnia, and it's mostly a Morphling. I think Morphling is very good this game. Fernandes gets all of his mana drained by the Invoker. But Midas is up now. It's also a 2-level advantage in favor of Invoker. That's quite significant at this stage of the game. Shadowfiend has been struggling, and so has the Beast. Not as much as the Viper, but still. I wonder what Invoker is gonna go for next. He could go for the Spirit Vessel, which I think is just universally good. And also amazing against Morphling. But if he wants to go for something a bit riskier, he could also try to rush a Hex. Get that extra hard disable in. Ooh, we see another Tornado EMP into the Shadow Fiends. But I don't think they really want to fight here. Ooh, nice bushwhack, but there is no follow-up. Shadow Fiend needs to be careful still. There was no hookshot angle though. We'll have to keep an eye on his items. Ooh, that's a 12-minute Manta. That's the quickest one in recent memory for sure. It's a really nice Manta game. Fernandes does die. Astral being super effective on Clockwork. But with Manta you can dodge Viper Strike, you can dodge EMP, you can dodge the Sven stun, you can disable or dispel Napalm. It's quite amazing.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spartan gets the vision there. He's gonna TP top actually. Trying to assist Invoker and Sven with taking this tier 1 tower. It's gonna be a free one. Sven is somewhat keeping up with Morphling. He's a bit over 1k behind, but it's not getting much worse. Almost has his Echo Saber finished, and then it's farming time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think Beastmaster at this stage must have his Aghanims finished as well, right? His 6.2k gold. With like boots and 1 or 2 value items, that should equate to having his Aghanims finished. Or at least very close, like at most 1 component away, depending on his item build. Spartan going for the dive here, but nice sharpshooter by Fernandes to get the knockback. You don't see it used like that very often, but it's always nice when it happens. Let's see, what did he buy? He bought a 4-staff. Okay, interesting. Skylark does have the vision. And he is gonna get the kill. Yeah, Aghanims is up for Babodi, but it doesn't matter at all. Skylark just gets his poison attack stacks in. And with the vision from the Sunstrike and the flare as well, it's enough.
Dire's middle tower
Astral
has
gets
fallen.
the defensive hook in. Or maybe there was someone TPing away, I didn't quite see. Now, Yasha and Kaya is finished for the Shadow Fiend, so that's gonna speed up his farming quite a bit. Makes his raises cheaper, faster, and stronger, and just gives him more movement speed and attack speed. Pretty much everything you need. Oop, Gold Strength comes out onto the Beastmaster. Can barely even get off his roar. Is it gonna be enough to save him? With the tornado, this time it's gonna miss. Is there gonna be enough damage? Spartan doesn't really have any mana. Could even fall to the tower. Yeah, he does. So the roar does manage to save his life. Astral has a Glimmer Cape, first item on clock. Skylark finds Fernandes. This could be a nice kill with the Sunstrike as well. It's just enough damage.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Maybe I was wrong about Viper. Maybe he's just a really strong mid-game hero that sucks in lane, right? Maybe I don't know anything about Dota. Astral looking for trouble in the jungle, but he's in full vision right now. He's just gonna hit some creeps. Invoker has his 4. I'm still quite surprised that he didn't buy a vessel. I think it's such a good vessel game. But alas, I'll not repeat myself too often. Focus going for a Silver Edge next. Ooh, and that's a nice fight in the bottom lane for Herivnia. Getting the big Requiem. Killing the clock. Then the bat, and then finally the Viper. Herivnia is really strong in fights. Especially if their cores are together. Because BKBs are not yet up for just better, so Requiem of Souls is basically like an AoE 2-second stun. Combine that with the roar and just the raw morphling damage. It's really difficult to play into. I still think Herivnia's draft is favored. If it's even and it comes to like a 5v5 fight, then Herivnia should be able to win the fights every single time with equal execution. That is a different question altogether, though. Yeah, we're gonna find Beastmaster here. As well as the Abaddon, but that's not really the target you wanna find. Skylark does manage to find the Hoodwing. That's a nice kill. And actually, they kill... How did they kill Shadow Fiend? I have no idea, but they do it, and that's a big kill. Beastmaster is gonna fall now as well. Abaddon is gonna fall as well. Oh my goodness. The moment I talk about these teams being relatively equal in strength, Just Better gets 4 kills for absolutely nothing here. That is really big. Ooh, Goodbye doesn't quite have the damage. Just needed that single. Oh my god, it's a Spartan, you greedy bastard. Is he gonna... Yeah, he dies for it. UI is very low on mana though, but I don't think Focus has the damage. Yeah, Spartan definitely paid for his cockiness there. Alright, hopefully he can figure out his issues soon. So far, this game is very, very even. I wasn't expecting it to go like this. I thought either Just Better would win from the start and then snowball, or if Hirivnia ever got ahead, then they would just stay ahead, because I feel like their heroes skill better. But Just Better, they seem like a really scrappy team. Even when the circumstances don't really favor them, they still manage to find the good fights every once in a while. And that's something I think that Hirivnia struggles with a little bit. It feels like sometimes they aren't really sure why they're in certain places on the map. I feel like sometimes a bit of the intent, like, it doesn't feel intentional, their movement. Sometimes they're just kind of on autopilot, being on in different spots on the map, just trying to find farm somewhere instead of thinking about, hey, what do we actually need to do to win in this game as a team? Like, which heroes do we need to enable? At which times do we need to be in which places? I feel like that's sometimes missing for them. So let's hope Shadowfiend comes back soon. Long pauses are quite detrimental for the game pace. Because every single Dota player, after a while, they get kind of this feeling. It's what we call game sense, where you have an idea of where heroes are on the map and how much time you have to be in specific places. Like, you tend to have an idea of how many more camps you can farm before the enemies reaches you. And that's kind of a fluid thing. And when you pause it, all of that goes away. You no longer have this feeling about which heroes are where or how much time you have. And it's really, really annoying. So let's hope he comes back soon. And if he doesn't, then we'll go into a bit of a break. But no, he's back. Luckily. So let's see. Everyone is ready. We are getting back into the game. Unless it's now Just Better with issues. No. Okay, we are back into the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
With Spartan just paying for his greed and Focus not quite managing to kill UI there. Gonna be a free tier 2 or a tier 1. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's a free tier 1 in favor of Just Better.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now there is some tier 2 pressure, but we also see a play in the mid lane. Batrider plus Invoker trying to make something happen. But they don't find the Hoodwink, at least not yet.
Scanning.
Quite a slippery hero to catch. Invis rune bottom. Denied by Thug. He's like, nah. You can see me. Ooh, and it's like a kind of hybrid right-click invoker. That is interesting. Casual soul booster? What is the man even building?
Radiant are scanning.
I guess he's buying a quick Octarine. And then a Hurricane Pike. Fair enough. Big smoke by Hirivnia, heading towards the bottom lane. They're all smoked, and if they can catch Just Better while they're roaching, that is gonna be disastrous. Because Just Better is not ready for this at all. Luckily they do get it in time, but can they get out in time? Astral gets the cogs. He may be the sacrificial lamb here. Tries to go for the TP with the jetpack, and he's gonna make it out. Just Better gets away with murder there. Instantly transitioning into the... Jesus, the Tormentor. I'm really struggling with names today. Shadow Fiend has a BKB now as well. That's definitely gonna help. About to have a Blink Dagger too. And at that stage he is very difficult to deal with. Just blink BKB in, press ulti, and you're pretty much gonna win every single fight. The gold advantage has been mostly nullified though. As we can see, both the Sven and the Morphling are still only 1k behind. As has been the case for like the entire game pretty much. Invoker and SF are equal, Viper and Beastmaster are very close. The only big difference is in the supports. Focus has a lot of money. I wonder if he really wants to commit for the Silver Edge, or if he wants to get something like Lincoln's BKB, S and Y kind of deal. Hoodwink going for a smoke here together with Abaddon. Probably gonna smoke the Beastmaster as well, or not? Nope. I have no idea why they smoked. No idea. Beastmaster has his Aghanim's BKB, so he's quite tanky. But I think he still dies really fast to Sven. If they can chain a Sven stun on top of a hookshot, I think he's gonna melt. The key is really initiation, vision, and Abaddon positioning in this game, I think. Oh no. Don't do it, Beast. Oof. That was very, very close. Does still get off his BKB, so he's gonna be fine. Just Better trying to disengage now. Roar and BKB have been used, and Gold Strength hasn't. So that is a nice little win for Just Better. Let's see if they can find something else. Focus was in vision though, because of the Watcher and the Sentry. So they know he's up to some shenanigans. Skylark still just chilling. Hitting towers with his poison attack. They're literally melting with poison attack and dragon skill. This is a pushing machine. Just I feel like he can take down a tower solo in 15 seconds max. And now Gold Strength popped as well, and Herifnia, they need to respond to this. Fortification is forced. Now we see the TP's back, but there is still no Roar and BKB on Beast. Gets engaged on by Invoker, but at the same time we see a big initiation by Yowai, killing both the Viper and the Batrider. So it's nice that Invoker was having fun with Beast, but there's two separate fights happening at the same time, and Invoker gets absolutely destroyed by the Beastmaster plus Morphling as well. These are some big mistakes from Just Better. They're gonna completely waste their Aegis timing. All because they weren't 5. This time it's Just Better that gets punished for the same thing that I was kind of talking about with Herivnia, where some heroes are just on the map in places where it doesn't really make much sense for the game plan of the team. I mean, yes, Invoker can have some fun with Beast in top, try to cancel TPs, but is that really what you need to be doing to win the game? Or do you need to support the Sven with the Aegis and the Viper that can melt towers in seconds? I think we know the answer. Astral, he's in very deep here, trying to play around with the Abaddon, and that doesn't pan out in his favor. Just took too long and his team arrived. Oh, Spartan gets caught as well. Can he make it out in time? There is a roar, so the answer is no. And suddenly, it's almost a 5k lead for Herivnia. And I just don't know how Just Better is going to be able to deal with this Morphling.
Tower has fallen.
Dog disconnecting, unfortunately. Focus is just biding his time here. He really wants SF to overextend because he still sees all of these heroes mid. So if SF leaves the base, he can easily solo kill him. Just hit, stun, hit, and SF is dead. Let's see. Is SF gonna be greedy? Doesn't look like it. And he really doesn't want to commit too hard. Because his BKB doesn't mean that he's invulnerable. Still hanging around this top lane. Wants to play around the ward. So Invoker has a Midas and an Octarine, but he's still kind of struggling in the network department. Being outfound by almost every single core in the game aside from his Viper. It's not really what you want to see. Ooh, Skylark. Nice Hurricane Pike. I think saves his life there. If he got rooted by the Hawk, I think he's dead. Butterfly and BKB now up for Morphling. How is anyone gonna kill him? Maybe once Cataclysm is up, and you can have like a, I don't know, lasso into Cataclysm or something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But Morphling is a difficult hero to deal with. Still just better hanging around this top lane, and we see a Roy initiation once again. And Astral bites the dust. It's not the most consequential kill. Oop. Yeah, Skylark. Not a nice Hurricane Pike though, but with all of the blinks, he ain't making it out of this one. Down he goes. Tip comes out too, and Just Better is still trying to apply pressure to this top lane, but they keep losing heroes. It looks like Skylark is a little bit tilted.
Dire's top tower has
That's not a great sign. TP's back though. From everyone on Herivnia. We're seeing a big fight here. Oh, trying to go for a lasso here on Spartan. Razes are gonna miss with the access. It's not quite enough damage. But at least they forced back everyone. And I think they took down the tier 3 if I'm not mistaken. Certainly did. Focus using his ulti practically on cooldown here. Oh no, he gets caught. And with the ulti and the roar, he gets absolutely demolished. Wasn't in time with his BKB. Big kill there for Herivnia. Sven was kind of the only reasons they couldn't push. And now they practically have free reign. And Just Better doesn't have the best D-push in the world. They have the meatball from Invoker, they have Nether Toxin, and that's kind of it. Beastmaster just wailing away at this tower.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Almost has his Shivas finished as well, and feels like Just Better is getting further and further behind here. Astral almost has his BKB, Aghanims finished. It's always a very nice little power spike on clock. Scouting for Roche, but it's not yet up. Just Better still playing around this top lane, constantly pushing it in. This is a really awkward position for Herivnia, because they want to take this Roche, they don't want to TP top. But it's still 50 seconds away. And that could mean that they take damage on their racks. Oh, we see lasso being used, but there we have the roar. Nice stun though. By the it's not even gonna be enough. Everyone TP's back. Focus has to retreat as well. And Roche is gonna be up in 20 seconds, but I'm not sure if just better has enough damage to take it out or take it down before Herivnia returns. Because they're just pushing out the top lane and then they're gonna use the teleporter. Focus is expecting something here. They could try to go for a Baron, but I don't think that's really what you want to be doing. It's such a slow kill and Beastmaster is close. No roar yet though. And at this point Roche is up. But God Strength was committed, so if Focus doesn't find anything soon, then it's just a free Roche for Herivnia. And I don't think they can kill a Morphling twice. Even once has proven to be an issue so far. Skylark finds Fernance. He's gonna get the solo kill, so that is nice. Is it really gonna matter though? I don't think so. Oh. Okay, nice attempt there by Spartan to try and get the Aegis. Almost got it too. They had to use SF ulti. Just better still being very annoying about creep skipping and constantly pushing lanes. I think they know that in a straight 5v5 fight they have absolutely no chance. So they need to somehow like drag this game out, try to be as annoying as possible. But if there is an Aegis Morphling with 23k net worth and an Aegis hitting your high ground, I think it's a bit more difficult. There is a Hex now on Invoker, and Morphling does not have a Linken's. So this could be an opening once the Aegis is gone. So I do think Linken's is very strong for Morphling this game. Sven has one now as well, so he can finally hit people during BKB. Because there is no way to cancel Linken's aside from Roar through BKB. There is a few spells that proc Linken's, like Abaddon, Mist Coil, and also for some reason Beastmaster Hawks proc Linken's. I'm not sure what that's about, but they do. And once again, just better in this top lane, just pushing in the waves. There is now a Hex onto Invoker, so they could try to go for Shadow Fiend here, and that would be a big kill. Hex doesn't come out, just slightly too late. Focus runs up to the high ground, pops God Strength. This is gonna be Rax if they don't respond quickly. Instant TP's back. I don't think they can really catch Focus that easily here. Yowai commits to the TP. Oh, and there we go. Linken's popped. Focus almost dies to the physical damage, but does make it out in time. And that means another few minutes of the Aegis are wasted. Just better is kind of prolonging this game, but I'm not sure if it's gonna get better for them. Because even with double Midas, I don't think going super late really favors them. Again, they don't really have a choice. They can either lose now or try to win later. Maybe in like a 7-slot situation they could have a chance. I'm really not sure. I wouldn't want to play against the SF Beast Morphling in the super late game. Herivnia now finally deciding to push out the top lane instead of the bottom or mid lane, so that just better cannot split push. So Focus is like, okay, you push top, I push bottom. Fair enough. And I think there is absolutely no chance that Herivnia can outpush just better. Just because of the Viper, hitting towers with poison attack and the gold strength. I don't think this is a favorable trade. Oh, big initiation onto the Bat Rider though. There is a buyback now. Big Requiem coming out. The double force ensures that everyone is safe. There is no refresher yet on Shadow Fiend. So once again, Hirivnia is kind of forced to go back or commit to this fight. Age is still up on the Morphling. Skylark almost dies to Morphling once again. And that was melee Rax in favor of just better. I think Hirivnia is also going to be able to take this Rax regardless. But it's still a good trade though. They trade Rax for Rax. I think just better is going to be very happy. And Sven isn't going back either. He's like, I don't have gold strength. Why would I go back? I'm just going to keep being annoying. And actually, they just trade Rax for free. Must be so frustrating to be Hirivnia right now, knowing you're so much stronger in fights and still not really being able to use that advantage. Because there is constant split pushing. UI does get another pick off onto the Spartan. And this one is definite. There is no buyback for him. 70 seconds, no Bat Rider. UI doesn't have any mana and his Aegis is gonna run out soon. I don't think it matters. They got what they came for. Sven is in the wrong base, sir. Sir? Okay, he's just running to the next set of racks to split push. Yeah, gold strength popped. That's gonna be the top racks gone as well. There is still a tier 2 in the mid though. I think it's probably about time he TP's back. Because it doesn't look like Hirivnia wants to give up anything here. They're like, okay, fuck all this split pushing. We're just gonna commit even without Aegis. Oh, focus! He's going for the... Oh my... This man. What a fucking mad lad. Yeah, forces the TP's back. Finally, he goes for the BKB TP. Oh my goodness. So yeah, now just better is up in racks. I cannot believe Focus got away with that. But then again, what do Hirivnia really have to stop him? The only thing that goes through BKB is Roar. And he has a Lincoln, so BKB plus TP out means he gets out. Unless they have the physical damage, but then Morphling needs to be there. And if everyone is back in base, then they kind of succeeded in their objective of stopping the push. Tier 4 neutral items coming out now. Oh, once again, it's gonna be Bat Rider getting caught. Is Morphling close enough? Not even necessary. My goodness. Fernance just removes him from the game. Viper level 21. Approaching the Become Universal talent. It's gonna give him a ton of damage. So the mid lane is definitely the lane to watch right now. It's the only lane that just better doesn't have a set of racks in just yet. And there is still a tier 2 up, which means that it's really difficult to split push. Ooh, Focus. Trying to go for a snipe here onto the Shadow Fiend. Just one hit will do it with the stun. Oh, nice BKB response by Niche. So fast. Oh. Somehow the Lincolns got cancelled. I think that was the Hawk. Finally they get Focus. As I spoke about before, Hawk does cancel Lincoln Sphere. So Focus just being a little bit too slow with his BKB. And I guess a bit too slow with his stun as well. Oh, and Skylark just gonna get demolished. No escape for him. Ooh, that is really unfortunate that Sven doesn't have a buyback. He doesn't have a buyback. If they know about this, then that could be the end of the game, no? I guess Invoker could try to cut the creeps, because there is only a single creep in mid. They are gonna try to cut the creeps. This could be mega creeps. Backdoor protection is gonna kick in, but I don't think it's enough, really. Oh, Sven does finally get buyback money. So they're gonna try to defend this here. That's very, very big for Harivnia. Getting the buyback out of the Sven is huge. Because now they can just wait Roche and go again. But they do get the pick off onto the Shadow Fiend, who instantly buys back. It's a bit curious. I'm not sure if that was really necessary. But look at the lanes. Look at the lanes. Just better. They still need a miracle though. Even though they're ahead in, I guess now even in racks, they're still just so much weaker and they skill so much worse. And they have like no buybacks whatsoever. So they need something special. If they can kill the Shadow Fiend, I can see them winning the game. That is a tough ask. Shadow Fiend is in mid. If they can catch him out of position when Abaddon is far away, could be big. Roche is up. Now at Finham. Or I keep calling them at Finham. They're not at Finham, they're just better. They're gonna get the final tier 2 and now the final tier 3 is exposed. Ooh, big 3-man Gleipnir, but the Bushwhack is gonna miss. Harivnia unwilling to commit for the Roche, instead trying to get a pick off. Which I think is the right call. If they commit for Roche, that means that the tier 3 is exposed. There is fortification, but you still don't want to have it come to that. Instead, it's gonna be just better, trying to snipe the Roche here with the gold strength. Focus is gonna take this down incredibly quickly. And Harivnia, they don't know this is happening. And if they do, it's gonna be too late. That is a nice snipe of the Roshan there. Refresher going towards Focus. And the Aegis too. Now Harivnia shows up, but it's too late. Everyone is gone. Except for Astral, I guess. He's hanging around. Yeah, and he's gonna be jetpacking out of there, but he doesn't have a TP. He's gonna waste some time here, I guess. I don't believe they've spotted him just yet. So it could just be part of the creep skipping plan. I would like to see Invoker save for buyback though. I think it's not on cooldown. See, the problem right now for just better is that even if they get mega creeps, I still don't think they win. Or it doesn't ensure their victory. Because even if this Harivnia lineup is playing against mega creeps, they're still just so much stronger. How is just better ever going to win a fight? And now the Clockwork is caught as well. I don't think he's making it out of this one. No chance. Astral does have a buyback. Thug just throwing meatballs on the floor, trying to depush. Focus. Pushing out the mid lane. Spartan spots UI. This blink was still on cooldown. If they can find Morphling, I think they could be in a good spot. Focus doesn't really want to go here though. We see the lasso onto Fernance. Doesn't do anything. Niche goes for the big Requiem, but it's not that big at all. Even popped his BKB for that. Doesn't do anything. Of course, he still has a refresher and the cooldown is quite low. And Focus, that was the commitment of his gold strength, and that is a big cooldown at this stage of the game. I think at any stage of the game, but especially now. So Harivnia, they have the Aegis against them. Oh my goodness, there used to be a Sven there. My god. The damage is insane. Roar comes out onto the Sven. Do they have the damage? He doesn't have buyback. Double 4 staff. He is gonna make it out here. Can they do anything in return? Focus needs to be so incredibly careful. UI taking a lot of damage here, but they just don't have enough. They don't have what it takes. They might be able to kill the Abaddon. That is a nice pick off, but they cannot kill the Morphling. They're still gonna try chasing. Maybe they can find the Hoodwink. That's gonna be another nice kill. And actually, they re-engage with the Morphling and the Shadow Fiend. Invoker buys back. Can they find UI here? That would be huge. That is the big thing. They're gonna try to keep chasing, but they have to respect this damage. There is no Primal Roy yet, so there are no big disables. Abaddon went for the buyback as well. It looks like the fight is over. Rivnia definitely got the better of Just Better there. Forcing the Invoker and Batrider buyback while not committing any themselves aside from the Abaddon. He took the Aegis as well. And Focus really feels like he cannot do anything now. He's almost 6-slotted, but against this Morphling, he just melts and doesn't deal any damage. It's a rough one. It's a rough one for sure. Now double damage on Morphling too. That's spooky. Ooh, Sven. He's gonna make it out. He is gonna be fine. Just trying to farm his Silver Edge plus buyback. Maybe he can manage to find the Hoodwink. That would be a nice little pickle. Skylark is approaching his 25 as well, but even with 25 Vipers, just kind of a shit late game hero. Oh, goodbye. Astral does have buyback. But these are such sloppy mistakes. Sven not going for split pushing this time. He's back in base. Ooh, and they go into the Morphling and they catch him. Abaddon does get the Dispel. BKB popped by the Morphling, jumps in. Focus pops his BKB as well. Cataclysm now, that's a lot of damage. Manta dodged actually. Clockwork is die with the dieback. Focus gets hexed. Roared, he's down. Doesn't have buyback for another 20 seconds. Invoker is in danger as well. GG is called. Finally the game is over. They prolonged it for so long. They gave it their all, but they just didn't have what it takes to beat this incredible Morphling Beastmaster SF Tricore. It must have been so frustrating for Herivnia to play this game, to know you're that much stronger and never being able to finish it. It must have felt so nice. The relief must have been incredible. Finally closing out this game. And it does mean, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone who doesn't identify as such, that we have another game coming up for you guys. It's a best of 3 and we're now 1-1. Rivnia, they managed to equal out the series, which means that it's just one game between them and no, are they eliminated already? Liquipedia has updated and it says that they can no longer make it. Ah, that is unfortunate. So they're already out. Just Better is gonna move on. But I guess Rivnia is gonna play for honor. Either way, we are gonna go into a bit of a break. And then hopefully we have another game for you guys to close off the day. So stay tuned, get some drinks, call your grandparents, tell them you love them. And we will be back after the break. Welcome Dota fans to the CCT Series 1, the first of many amazing online tournaments for Western and Eastern Europe. We are in the final match of the day. I was worried for a moment we weren't gonna get there. We had a bit of a delay just now and there were rumors flying around about a forfeit, but no, we're gonna have our final match. We're gonna have the proper ending to a great game of Dota. I am Wingblade and I will be your host for this final match. Damn, and what a series it's been. First game, just better all the way. Like, it wasn't even close. It felt like geez, pronouncing it is still a struggle. Hrivnia didn't have a chance whatsoever. Just outdrafted, outplayed, no chance. Then second game, it gets to a stage where Hrivnia just kind of has a better draft. It kind of won lanes. It looks pretty good for them, but somehow, some way, it's just better, just holds on. Every single time they manage to snipe a Roche, they manage to snipe 2 racks, they get a pick off, and 40 minutes pass. We almost approach 50 minutes and they're still not losing until finally Hrivnia manages to break the base. So now we are at a situation where unfortunately Hrivnia can no longer make it to the playoffs because they needed to win 2-0. But they're still gonna play it because they're champions and we love them for it. So we are into the draft. Just better, already using up quite a bit of time actually for their first ban. So I wonder what's going on there. Maybe they're still confused about last game. Maybe they're like, focus, you should have ratted even harder. I don't know what's happening. I just know that they just spent over a minute of reserve time to ban a Tiny. You know, shit happens. So let's see what Hrivnia is gonna do in response. It's been a long day for all of us. They banned Shadowfiend and they banned TA. They got absolutely wrecked by TA in game number 1. And part of me wants to say that Shadowfiend was pivotal to their victory in game number 2, but I really don't think he was. Honestly, I feel like there were a lot of heroes that could have done what he did. It was mostly the Morphling and the Beastmaster that were really difficult to play around. Anyway, we're not gonna see him. And just better, they ban out Pangolier, a hero that is, according to the stats, pretty shit. But still pretty highly valued by a lot of players. Let's see, what is... Actually, he has a 57% win rate in this tournament so far, which is more than respectable. Fair enough. Let's see, what else is still there? There is Weaver, Darkseer, Batrider, Phoenix, Beastmaster. So many heroes yet to pick and to ban. And they banned the Darkseer. Darkseer was very strong in game number 1. That's for sure. Skylark Darkseer is nothing to scoff at. And neither his is Brewmaster. So that one gets taken out as well. I feel like the Morphling was the biggest problem last game, but I don't think it's ban-worthy because it was such a specific game. Just better pick up the Phoenix. That's always... I mean, the hero is undoubtedly very strong right now, but part of my Dota brain is still apprehensive about picking Phoenix first, because there are so many heroes that just shit on him. Like... While heroes like, I don't know, Troll, Lina, Snapfire exist, do you ever want to first face him? I guess the answer is yes, because they did. But it still feels weird to me. I think there are games where Phoenix is just so strong, when you're only against strength heroes, many melee heroes, heroes that don't have attack speed steroids. But this game, yeah, they just pick Snapfire. They're like, cool. You pick Phoenix, we pick a hero that gets 6 attacks out in 1 second for free. It's just crazy. You can even have 8 attacks once you have the talent, which is almost enough to kill like a level 18 Phoenix in 1 second. That's just crazy to think about. We'll see where they lay in the grammar. I really like playing her mid with the new facet and all the buffs to Lil Shredder's scaling damage, at least before you get the talent. So that's where I like to see it, but I think there is still a case to be made for position 3 or 4 Snapfire. Just don't think it works that well as a position 1, because you're so reliant on little shredder damage. I also think it's kind of a waste to play as position 5, because I think she does really well with items. And you can either go for like the Blink BKB Aghanims build, play her that way, or you can go for more of an offlane kind of style, where you just build Greaves, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, that kind of stuff. Or you go for the right-click build, where you just rush a Gleipnir and enjoy the multi-shot and the constant bouncing of the, I don't know what it's called, like the shrapnel hits, or the ricochet hits, that's it. So yeah, that was my Snapfire monologue. Very happy to see the Grandma in this game. Very fun hero to watch. Next up, it's gonna be Ember, who's like the opposite of Snapfire in terms of dealing with the egg, because he never wants to stand still and just right-click. Just better picks up the Beastmaster, so that's a nice way of protecting the egg. You have some attack slow with the boars, and of course you have the BKB piercing roar, and in general it's just an amazingly strong lane. Beastmaster plus Phoenix, there are very few lanes that win against that. They also pick up a Treant, so that's another way of protecting the egg. You just pop the egg, and then like the overgrowth right over top, and then there is almost no chance in hell they kill the egg. So they're really doubling down on team fight after last game, where they kind of had to win on split pushing alone. This time they actually want to win fights. I do wonder, does this mean that it's a 3 and 5 and they're gonna pick some kind of ranged carry? I think that is quite likely. But you also don't want to pick a carry that is too vulnerable to being jumped, because you are playing against Ember, who can jump on you for free, and Snapfire, who can buy an Aghanims and transport your melee carry of choice onto the enemy carry. So maybe something like a Morphling would be really good for just better this game. Ooh. Rivnia, they're like, okay, we're already eliminated for the tournament, so let's go have some fun. They pick up the Klings plus Putch. It's the Butcher. Interesting. I think Pudge is an underrated hero, especially with the new facet. The insane hook range. It's really strong. If you can land the hooks, of course. And Klings is a hero that I still don't fully understand, since all of his reworks are done. But I've seen him do really well in a lot of games, so probably wouldn't pick him if tournament life was on the line, but he's definitely fun to watch. Curious about their positions as well. I think it's likely that it's gonna be Ember Spirit as a position 2, but all of the other heroes are still like, I don't know, man, could be anything. Could see Pudge as 3, 4, or 5. Could see Klings as, I guess, 1, 3, 4, 5. Snapfire could be 3, 4. I don't know what's gonna happen. They have so much flexibility. For just better, it's a lot more clear. They want Beastmaster offlane. They want Ursa as a carry. What more do you need? I guess they can still flex where they put which support, because having double melee in a lane is always kind of awkward, but it can definitely work. So we'll see what they end up doing. So just better they ban the Brute that we saw in game 1, even though it was kind of underwhelming. And Herivnia, they're gonna ban Invoker and Dragonites. Both heroes that are pretty good against Ember Spirit. Invoker is good, especially in lane, and Dragonite is very good for his no cast point stun. So we'll see. Just better waiting for their last ban. Probably just as confused as me. Like, what the hell are they gonna play? Where are they gonna play it? And how do we respond to this? They have already used up most of their reserve time in the first ban, of course. So they just ban Doom. They're like, sure, Let's get rid of him. And they pick up a Timbersaw for mid. Interesting. I think it's quite a good matchup against Ember. Pretty good against Pudge. Pretty good in general, I think. Sure. I feel like both teams are just taking the match a little bit less seriously than the last one, just in terms of picks. Just trying out some stuff. It kind of feels like a scrim in a way, which I think is nice. So what is the final pick gonna be? Is it gonna be a carry? Is it gonna be an offlaner? I guess offlane is likely. They just play position 5 Pudge, 4 Snapfire, 1 Clinks. So they just pick a random offlaner that needs the lane against Ursa. I think Viper would actually be really sick for them. It's kind of a boring hero to play in a for fun game, but kind of destroys Ursa and Treant, or Ursa and Phoenix. Good against Timbersaw, good against Ursa later in the game. I think it would be nice. Would be my go-to pick. Let's see, it's gonna be Wyvern. Interesting. It's another hero that does really well against the egg because you have such long attack range. It's quite good against Ursa. Yeah, it's a very interesting pick for sure. So where does that leave their lanes? I guess they just go Wyvern Pudge offlane and Snapfire Clinks in the safe lane. Usually that's a bit weird to have Snapfire plus Clinks, but I think it would work really well because you need to deal with the boars. That's like the biggest pressure that Beastmaster has. And if you just put 1 or 2 points into Little Shredder, you can tear through them really easily. And the cooldown is shorter than Boar as well, so you have it up every single time. I think Snapfire is really great against Beast. So yeah, I think that would work. And your offlane of Pudge Wyvern, is it gonna do great against Ursa +1? Probably not. But it should do fine, especially Wyvern. Like, you have really long range, you can spam skills. Yeah, sure. It's a bit out of left field, this draft. It's unconventional, but I like it, you know? It's their final game of the tournament. They might as well try out some stuff, have some fun. For a team like this, when you're already eliminated, having fun is just as important as like taking the right lessons out of the tournament. Because ultimately, a lot of Dota is a mental game. So you need to make sure spirits are high, that people can still have fun. Because yeah, it's esports and all, and there is money on the line, but ultimately, even if it was a normal job, you would still want to have fun with your colleagues, right? And on that, those words of wisdom, let's see if we can get into the game. There's always a bit of pausing going on. Luckily, not this game. Beastmaster going for the classic universal hero item build. Just 1 and 3 branches. It's just so much damage. Universal scaling is crazy. All of Rivnia smoked, but I don't think they're gonna find anything here. I feel like most teams are pretty disciplined about not just running randomly at the start of the game when you're playing against a Pudge.
30 seconds to battle.
Just so easy to die, but still, just better are gonna go for some kind of play here. Taking the same line as in game number 1, I believe. Maybe it was game number 2 as well. No, I think they went like this in game number 2. The smoke was broken. UI, the top performer from last game. And I don't think that Just Better is gonna find anything here. No such luck. So the Pudge does have the Flayer's hook facet, so if he gets some good hooks, that could be quite nice, but he's gonna run into Spartan and Astral, and a Boar as well. I think, oh, he just TPs out immediately. He TPs to lane though. I guess that's probably the right call. I was expecting him to take more damage. Speaking about damage, Ember Spirit already nearly died there to just Timber right clicks. A little bit painful for sure. It's a Treant Ursa lane up against Snapfire plus Wyvern. I was expecting it to be Snapfire top to deal with the boars, but I guess Hook one-shotting them is also quite nice against the boars. So in that case, it's double ranged against double melee. And in this case, I definitely favor Rivnia's draft, or Rivnia's lane at least. With the Snapfire plus Wyvern, it's just so tough to deal with. I guess a Treant having the facet that makes him plant a tree is gonna help a lot with Ursa sustain. So that is quite nice. Let's see. Oh, there's the level 2. No level 2 on Snapfire just yet. And Wyvern taking so much damage, and he ain't getting out of that one. I spoke about it in game number 1, but I feel like 60% of first bloods happen because one team hits level 2 and the other team isn't prepared for it. And so far, my statement has been true in 66% of the games I've casted today. Statisticians hate him, but he's right. Focus dealing a lot of damage to the Wyvern once again, and Fernand's trading with Spartan. I'm not sure if he really wants to go all the way with this trade. And Focus just diving so hard, and he's gonna get away with it. Of course he does. Freaking Focus, man, what a guy. I don't think it was worth it. Because now he's dead for 30 seconds. He loses 100 gold because of the TP. And he's gonna miss out on a ton of XP and gold from the creep waves. But still, it's a Focus kind of play, and I love him for it. I would expect this game to be quite aggressive. Just looking at these heroes and the fact that the standings are already set in stone, it kind of means that they're probably gonna play a very aggressive game. I wouldn't want to play passive when I'm already out of the tournament. It's like, what is the point? A lot of damage onto this Klings, but he's gonna be completely fine. And Astral is gonna make it out. Does have his dive still. And on Phoenix, you don't really mind being low HP that much, because you do deal the AoE burn damage depending on your missing HP. So the lower HP you are, the more damage you deal. Ooh. Pudge trying to go for something here, but he wasn't ready for the Treant. Tries to go for the hook, but of course melee range hook with this facet doesn't deal that much damage. So down goes the Pudge. Average Pudge position 5 gameplay. Oh, wait a second. It's not Wyvern position 3, it's Snapfire position 3. I should have known. I should have paid more attention, that's my bad. Oop, nice jukey behavior from the Klings. Still has 12 stick charges. I don't think he's making it out of this one. No way, and Pudge is gonna be in a lot of trouble as well. Hit with the Blood Grenade. War Slow is gonna expire. Another Blood Grenade, yeah. Even with the sticks. Just one more hit from the Beast. Oh, has the access. No scopes him. Down goes the Pudge. 5-1 in favor of Just Better. These unconventional picks not really paying off just yet. Of course, they are paying off in a way because we are enjoying it. And ultimately, the true purpose of esports is not to find the best player, to play the best Dota. It's to make sure that the viewers have the best possible experience. Because without viewers, there would be no esports. At least not in a professional sense.
Radiant's been killed.
In the mid lane, meanwhile, Timbersaw absolutely dumpstering Ember. Kind of expected. And we see a tree on rotation. Oh, big hook onto the Timber. That's a lot of damage. And it's going to be Timber falling. That's why you pick position 5 Pudge. To punish the non-believers. Timber wanting to go aggressive there, but Flare's hook is just so much pure damage into the tower as well. And with just 1 point in reactive armor, not a lot shielding the Timbersaw there. So let's see. Are we gonna see another nice hook onto the mid lane? Meanwhile, Focus just diving the Wyvern once again. Average Focus game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, and Astral should be able to get this kill. Hook is gonna miss. Phoenix is just a silly hero. He's gonna have a nice army of creeps following him. He's gonna go for the TP out. There is no hook. And with Rot, it's not gonna be enough. Well played by Astral.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Skylark also goes for the arcane boots instead of just the null. Skylark is gonna take quite a bit of damage here, but he is still a Beastmaster, so Flacco needs to be a little bit careful. Couldn't even really find the hook angle. Oh. Ah, that's unfortunate. That happens every single once in a while where you want to go for a hook but you hit the minimap. And you kind of end up looking like an idiot. Meanwhile, speaking about looking like an idiot, Fernance gets clapped by Spartan. No, it is gonna be Wyvern core. It's just that they... It's just that he had a shit start, so the Snapfire had to take some of the creeps. Okay, you know, I feel like trying to logically analyze this game is kind of a fool's errand. People are just doing stuff. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Skylark is gonna try to find the kill onto Klinks, but isn't gonna find it. Nice rotation by the Ember. Klinks gets quite low, but of course he can just one-shot the boars with his Death Pact. What is even happening this game? I'm as lost as you guys. Astral guarding the Arcane Rune. And he does guard it well. Oh my goodness. Tug just absolutely removed the Pudge. Oh, one more Q. Fernance is in a lot of trouble as well. And what's really stopping Tug from going deeper? Ooh! Is there a Chakram? Isn't gonna hit. He's getting very low on his Timber. There's one more no-scope Chakram. But Niche is just gonna walk back to base. Why now coming for a rotation onto the mid lane? I have no idea what's happening. I guess he just can't really stay top against level 6 beast. Focus finds another kill onto Babodi. Just so aggressive. It's the way we like to see him. I think Focus has always had quite a particular playstyle. I feel like if you gave me the replays of like 10 carry players, I would easily be able to identify who was Focus. Smoke now from Snapfire and Pudge. Both heroes don't have level 6 yet. And an egg comes out with the overgrowth, but both are gonna miss. That's a lot of value for a single remnant. Skylark is being gone on. Does still have his roar, but doesn't want to use it. I think potentially he may have been able to escape, because roar also increases your own movement speed, but he wanted to keep it for future offensive potential. Ember Spirit just chilling mid. Pudge is close as well. He still doesn't have his level 6. Ooh, he went for a dive. Are there sentries? The hook is gonna be dodged. Nicely sidestepped by Astral. If you pick Pudge position 5, you do have to hit the hooks. It's kind of an important prerequisite. Skylark's gonna clear up some stacks, always nice. It's nicer when you have Aghanims, but even without, just having the Hulk, the Boars, and the Axes is plenty. Now we're gonna see a rotation from the Timbersaw. Looks like they want to find Klings, ideally. But Timbersaw just changes his mind. It's like, nah, smokes ain't for me. I live all natural, no smoking. Oh, Spartan. That's the courier snipe, and that's the Maelstrom gone. That's quite a big snipe. Sets back his farming item for 2 minutes. Pretty big deal. Skylark, just let me do the math. 1700 or 1600 now gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, first kisses coming out onto focus with his ulti. He still has the wand and the fairy fire, so he is gonna live, but the fight ain't over yet. Spartan goes down, and now the fight is over. Kiss is committed, and they get a treant. That's a fair trade. Finally, they get level 6 on the Pudge.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's gonna be a Mage Slayer rush from Ember Spirit. Pretty conventional choice these days. It's either a Maelstrom or a Mage Slayer. I guess Yules every once in a while, like we saw in game number 1, which feels ages ago at this point. Gets the chains. Oh, the beautiful hook as well. Do they have the damage to kill him? I think they may. First chain out. He does have a Blink Dagger, but they may be able to cancel it. Another chain. It's not enough. Level 1 reactive armor doesn't protect him from the Sleight of Fist. Astral working towards the Yules. Skylark cleaning up the stacks. Should have his Aghanims like 1 minute from now, maybe. Topping the net worth charge. Klings is still doing quite well in terms of net worth, even with his Maelstrom being delayed. Ooh, a nice rotation to the bottom lane by the Ember Spirit. Just going wherever he pleases, and there really isn't a lot to deal with him this game. Hook is gonna miss onto the Phoenix. And finally, Yawai is gonna get his Maelstrom. And while we're in the final game of the day, this is kind of the moment to click on the banners below the stream to check out all of the social channels for CCT to stay up to date with all the teams, all the tournaments, all the good stuff. Kisses with the chains as well. Gonna be plenty of damage to take down the Spartan. And Niche is dominating. Really struggled in lane with the Timbersaw, but ever since the laning stage is over, he's been having a really great time with the lack of lockdown on just better. And Timber once again should be fine this time, but taking a lot of damage here. The shield rune just instantly getting removed. We have a roar and an egg this time. This could be a very good fight for just better, but it doesn't seem like they really have the damage. Can they kill the Pudge at least? Yes, they can, but Astral may change his life for it. No, not quite, and they get Fernance too. The Thug is in very, very deep. Now the scary heroes are still alive for Rivnia. And it's gonna be Thug going down once again, and we have a Winter's Curse stopping Focus's advance. Can he kill Yawai? Just 3 hits should do it with an Urshock, but it's on cooldown. And he just has a Battle Fury. So he's kind of in no man's land, and Niche is still going ham. He finds another kill, and now Focus is here kind of without a purpose. Just better used everything they had, and they just traded 3 for 3, and it isn't over yet with the hook. From downtown, down goes the Spartan as well. The train has left the station. Rivnia is fully taking advantage of their high tempo draft, and another hook Oh my goodness, focus. Get wrecked, son. This is why people pick position 5 Pudge. It's to grieve games and to get hooks.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
2k gold lead now, and are Herivnia gonna win with this semi-meme draft?
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Niche rotating towards the top lane, where once again Tug is caught out of position. Goes down again. Man, Thug, this is a rough game for him, and this was a last pick Timbersaw as well. It's not like this draft caught him off guard or they picked him his hero first phase. This was kind of, as a mid player generally, if you have last pick, you kind of pick your own hero because you have the best understanding of the matchups.
Radiant's
But he's
top
getting
tower is
wrecked.
under attack.
Astral almost has his Yules. And surprisingly enough, Focus is the poorest core, or at least close to it. Oh, there we have a roar. Overgrowth is not even necessary, my goodness. Poor Niche exploded, and the Spartan gets a nice little influx of money. Level 9 now as well, not bad. Wonder what he's gonna build. Shard is an obvious first choice. After that, I would love to see him just go for Aghanims. Just put vision everywhere. Pudge isn't a problem if you see him coming everywhere.
Bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under
Astral's going to go for Shard as well. Getting the laser in the egg. Always nice. And Pudge went for an Edda Lens first, doubling down on the distance to damage aspect of his facet. I think this isn't a great item on Pudge. There's a lot of better items you can buy, but it's kind of fun. And the extra dismember range can catch people off guard as well. Usually it's kind of a melee range ability, but now suddenly it's a mid-range ability. Pretty nice. Flacco is still fishing for hooks. Let's see, can he find something here? Skylark has his Aghanims though. I don't think you just want to run into the beast. I don't think that's gonna go well. And once again, Ember gonna get absolutely exploded. Roar expanded. Nice hook onto the treant, but it's not really gonna do anything. I don't think they really have the damage to deal with the Spartan. It's gonna be Pudge falling as well. 3 for 0 now, and I don't think the Wyvern is making it out. We see the egg committed as well. Does he have the damage to clear it solo? No, he doesn't. And it's a 4 for 1. Klings just runs away. Really nice fight by just better fully utilizing all of their big teamfight ultis. Really makes a huge difference to catch the Ember as opposed to your Timbersaw being out of position and that being what started the fight. UI is still very farmed on this Klings, but he has been overtaken by Skylark's Beast. If I were him, I would probably, after the Aghanims, get something like a Veil or maybe a Blink. It's not the best BKB game ever. Spartan has his shard.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
Why going for a Dragonlance slash Pike next? It's a kind of an obvious choice against Beastmaster, Timbersaw, Ursa. All of them want to get on top of you. Flacco goes for the Dismember, but Focus anticipating it with his Enrage. Ooh, and they catch Klings as well, and that's a big deal. He isn't gonna escape from this one. Down he goes. That's a big pick-off. Because Klings is definitely the win condition for Herivnia. And Focus, they can just go for Roche right now. Both Beastmaster and Ursa are great at taking Roche. It's gonna be daytime as well, so it's in the bottom. Ooh, and we have a Blink Roar onto the Wyvern. Gets cookied. Has the Winter Curse as well. So that's a Roar wasted. But I don't think the The kisses were a good idea there, and beautiful overgrowth buys the Spartan. Once again, 4 heroes are dead in exchange for absolutely nothing. Only Niche is alive, but he's still very vulnerable. If I were him, I would probably just buy a Lincoln's or something. Because Roar is the thing that's been killing him. Oh, it's gonna be a Tormentor Steel as well. Phoenix getting the full value from his healing. Now they could just rotate right back into the Roche. Focus! You need to be a little bit careful, my friends. He's very low. Egg comes out. That egg only had to be used because Focus wanted to farm a creep wave. Was it really worth the 150 gold Focus? Was it really? And now Herivnia can definitely try to contest Roche. Focus just TPing top. They know they can't take it anymore. Not like this. I don't think Herivnia can really take it either, though. They have the armor reduction with the Snapfire, but they don't really have anyone to really tank this. They don't have that much damage. They're still gonna go for it. Eventually they will kill Roche. It's just not ideal. It's going okay. With the little Shredder armor reduction. It's not going that slowly. You're gonna snipe it. That's an Aegis for your Y. Oh, Hook is gonna miss. I think that was a blind one. Focus just capitalizes, just takes down Pudge with one ability. Oh, and that's Aegis already popped. And Kling's already down. Oh my, I cannot believe this. How are you a professional player and do is he still gonna go down? Is he still gonna go down? Your Y? Oh my goodness. He went for the gates. Your Y. Why? He's still alive? Oh no, he finally falls. My heart. My soul. I was convinced he was gonna die, then I was convinced he was gonna make it out, and then I was convinced he was gonna die again, and it just kept flip-flopping back and forth. But he does finally bite the dust. So they snipe the Roche, they get the Aegis, and then immediately lose it. Not ideal.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Focus gets the Yules into the overgrowth, but it gets Sleight of Fist dodged. That's pretty swaggy. Oh, big hook, that's a lot of damage. Do they have enough to take him down? I am not sure if they do. This Timber is quite tanky at this point. They finally get him. They finally get him. But that was another big position 5 Pudge hook, securing a kill on the enemy mid. This is a pretty good position 5 hero. Recommend everyone to pick him all the time. And there is also this neat little trick where you stand in the trees next to your tier 1 tower, so they don't expect... Ooh, big jump in from Focus. I'll stop bullshitting. Pudge taking a lot of damage with the Basher as well, but Focus doesn't have ulti now. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble, and with the kisses, down he goes. Punished for his over-aggression. Yes, he kills the Pudge, but at what cost? Astral. He's gonna get the Arcane Rune. Skylark has his Blink, has his Lotus Orb, now working towards a BKB. See what they can find here. Egg comes out. There is no way that they can do anything against this UI, taking so much damage. Doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have anything. Zoning Timber Chain doesn't even matter. He should be able to make it out, but the fight is lost for Herivnia. All they can do is try to minimize their losses. It's just gonna be a quick 3-for-0. Doesn't look like Focus is done either. He has a Blink in 6 seconds or so. Does he want to keep chasing? There is no remnants, but he would rather try to go for the Pudge, I suppose. Another hook coming out. Dismember under tower range. Fortification is popped for damage purposes. We're gonna trade the Treant for the Pudge. Overgrowth was used though. I guess they traded Fortification for Overgrowth. Meanwhile, Skylark just pushing the tower. Ooh, that's the final remnant. Niche needs to be a little bit careful. But he does have a BKB now. Skylark just running away, running away. Winter's Curse onto the creep to keep him in position. And Skylark is gonna fall. The Felix heal isn't gonna save him. That's a fair trade for your BKB.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Niche. Don't try anything crazy without remnants.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
UI has his Hurricane Pike, now working towards a Bloodthorn. I'm being visited by my cat Ichi on my desk, so I only see part of my screen, but that's fine. That's fine. Luckily, he chose the right time. Phoenix, are we gonna see another sick hook? No, not quite. Flacco with one of his rare misses.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Skylark pretty firmly in the lead in terms of net worth. Really strong right now. And his talents are quite good. I'm not sure if he has Shard, but I think it's one of the things that a lot of Beast Masters underrate.
Radiant's middle tower
Because having
is
two
under
Hogs and having lower cooldown... Oh, UI? It's just a solo Spartan. Nothing to fear. One of the underrated things about Shard is that it means that you always have more creeps around you, which means more attack speed. So buying Shard also gives you like 20 attack speed, which is quite nice. And it means that you can permanent... Yeah, he does have the Shard, of course. Skylark, my man, he gets it. Ooh, who are they gonna find here? Everyone is smoked, except for Focus, who just doesn't care at all. Gets a first hit bash into... Oh, beautiful save hook. The overgrowth would have forced out the BKB. Now Focus has to use ulti once again. Already at 900 HP. And now it's gonna be Spartan taken down by the kisses. And they do get the pudge in exchange, but I'm not sure if this is the best possible fight here for just better. There we do have the egg, which is beautifully positioned. We have the Winter's Curse as well, but it's not gonna be able to save the Clinks. Very well fought by just better. Thug is gonna make it out with his life as well. So it's just a Treant dying. Oh. And Thug is gonna find Fernandes as well. Doesn't really want to commit too heavily. But Focus is there as the cleanup crew. It's only Wyvern surviving. Pudge is still alive. Can he find the Wyvern? Doesn't look like it. Wyvern does have Aghanims, Mage Slayer, and Dragonlance, which is like all the items he really needs for core Wyvern, but he hasn't really been able to do too much, which is unfortunate.
Dire's top tower is under
Skylark queuing up a Lincoln Sphere next. And I would love Focus to just buy a BKB, but it is Focus, so he's just gonna go Octarine. He would love to have a Shard as well. He probably wants to get it from the Tormentor as opposed to just buying it.
Dire are scanning.
Let's see, they find the Wyvern and the Pudge as well. That's gonna be 2 free kills. 12k gold lead now in favor of just better.
Dire's
I think memes should maybe stay memes as opposed to trying to be dreams. And at the same time, just better, just casually taking racks while Ember is having fun in the mid lane. Places a remnant, gets the chain remnant out, doesn't really do anything. And Focus, you know, diving fountain, gets another kill. It's Focus. What are you expecting?
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
And that's gonna be the first set of racks down.
Dire's bottom
And if they want, I feel like they can just take the tier 2 and keep going. They don't even need Roche. They don't even care about Roche. They're just clowning.
Radiant are scanning.
What are they waiting for here?
Dire's middle tower
I
is
guess
under
they want
attack.
some hero to show up.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant
Because
are
people are
scanning.
probably anticipating them to go Roche. They were just waiting for the Tormentor. That's gonna be finally focus is shard. And he buys a Yules. Okay, it's like the Wind Waker meme, permanent invulnerability built on Ursa. That's so stupid.
Radiant's
Like you
top
buy
tower is
Yules,
under
you have
attack.
Shard, you have
Radiant's top
Octarine, you
tower
have
is falling.
Aghanims. So you're actually like a raid boss, not in the sense that you have infinite HP, but you just cannot be disabled. It's kind of a... It's one of the better meme builds, I think. Because it's definitely a meme, but it's also just very strong. If you can get all of the Exodia's pieces in place.
Radiant's middle tower is
All of
under
his
attack.
parts. Roche is taken down, so that's an Aegis for focus. That means that he can feed for free once. Which is something that focus also likes to do. Just a little bit, as a treat. Ooh, and Spartan, they managed to find niche here. Platoon comes out, so yeah, that's the first feed I was talking about. Gets the Yules off, but he's still definitely gonna die no matter what.
Is under attack.
Classic focus. Has his Aghanims though, so should be fine. Has to be careful, he only has a single Enrage. Oh, careful folks, careful. Blink in by his Spartan, gets taken down though. Buyback from Ember Spirit and focus. He's gonna be in a lot of trouble here. Tries to go for the Yules, but he's definitely gonna go down here. Oh my goodness, just better. What are you doing? This happens so often. I was memeing about it when I said that focus likes feeding, but then he just runs in and feeds anyway. Maybe the memes are gonna be dreams. Niche gets the follow-up and they find Phoenix too. I don't think he's making it out of this one. So that's 3 heroes down now. And that was a fight with Aegis and like a 17k gold lead. Are you lost? Are you, Spartan? Skylark almost has a Linken's, but I don't think he's the problem here. Or his lack of spell shield. It wasn't even the Bloodthorn yet, it was just the Orchid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
His Klings is still very farmed. Even though he's died 7 times, that's impressive. It's just that kind of game. Skylark finds the solo kill onto Flacco. Same time on mid lane, focus. Once again going for a solo play. Please tell me he lives this time. His entire team is coming to back him up. Focus, don't blink in. Just get out, Focus, please. Taking a lot of damage. Still has his Yules. Is he just gonna go down again? Doesn't look like it, at least for now. Threading the needle. Instead it's gonna be Herivnia. Losing the fight this time. Nice turnaround onto the Timbersaw. He's definitely gonna die, but Klinks is gonna pay with his life. Egg comes out as well. Focus still in the fight. They're gonna take the fight convincingly this time. With only Thug falling. I am not really sure if they can push high ground here though. Because Ember Spirit is still up and chains into Hook is quite scary. Oh, but they just dived the Hooker. So, no problem whatsoever. Kisses are up. I should have probably comboed them with the chains. They're just gonna go to waste. Hex onto the Ember as well. Do they have the damage? Doesn't look like it. Are taking a reasonable amount of damage, but it's not proportionate to the amount of time that they spent here. Skylark with his zoo, slowly chipping down the tower, playing his own single-player game, being like, come on guys, I just want to go to bed. It's 10, it's late. I have to grind pops tomorrow. He's practically 6-slotted as well on this beast. He can still get the Aghanim's Blessing and maybe upgrade his boots, but that's kind of it. Ooh, roar onto the Ember, that's gonna be a free kill. At the same time, Spartan is taken down, but that's definitely worth it. He buys back. There is no buyback on the Ember. So this is the time to strike. Roche isn't gonna be up for another 3 minutes, but it's gonna be a 4v5. This is the time to try and push. Skylark almost 25 as well. Focus just waiting for the opportunity to jump. Really hates pushing, loves killing. Yeah, jumps in once again onto the Pudge. Gets Winter's Curse though, buyback on the Snapfire. Focus taking a lot of damage, still has his heals. Gonna have to ulti here. Can he make it out even with the ulti? It's... oh, there we have the hook. Yeah, Focus is probably gonna be dead. Yeah. At the same time, his team is focusing objectives, so they get another set of racks. Still tier 2 in top though. Skylark jumps in onto the Klings, and they get the egg as well. That's a dead Klings. He has buyback, immediately uses it. Can they salvage this, or is it just the end of the game? Can just better try to finish. It's kind of hard against this Wyvern. She's not really killing heroes, but she's just so hard to deal with. Constantly slowing everyone. Jump onto the Wyvern because Focus did buy back as well. If he dies here, they can still lose. Focus, ooh, just gets missed with the hook, but he's alone here practically. The Bloodthorn manages to get the Yules. Can he get out? It's so close. Focus, you're playing with fire here. You can still lose! You can still lose, Focus. My god, Flacco. Klings dies without buyback as well. I feel like only Skylark is really playing this game. The rest is all memeing. Do kill the Klings. Skylark with his bloody Dagon. Why not? Why not? Might as well. Jumps in, has another roar, should be able to get the solo kill here, no problem. It's not a solo kill, but it still counts. BKB popped by Skylark, TP's out. Oh, that was a good attempt by the Wyvern. But of course, secondary targets are no longer affected during debuff immunity. Smiley face coming out. Nice pick off. Game is still very much in favor of just better, but the game is not over. Because, you know, Focus is making it exciting for us. Timbersaw finally has a Yules as well, which is gonna help quite a lot, because he kept dying to just Bloodthorn right clicks. Skylark 7-slotted on his Beastmaster. All he can do now is buy a Moonshard and upgrade his Blink and Boots. He has a Timeless Relic as well, that's just amazing. 25% longer roar. 15% spell damage, I'll take it any day. Kisses coming out. Looks like they're just zoning kisses. And Fernand's is just gonna get absolutely demolished. Skylark adds another one to the list. Okay, Focus. This time, just, you know, chill. Just chill. You can just freely take the tier 2. But no, they're like, we're gonna run to mid. So we wanna force a fight. Bro, stop going mid. Just go top.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
2 charges now on Earthshock. Even more immunity for focus.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, he's gonna run bottom. And he's gonna find Klinks. But he doesn't have detection. I don't think he's gonna kill Klinks. He's gonna try. Lord knows. It's focus. I guess they're just waiting for Roche. Just probably a wise call. Smoke comes out, but Rivnia definitely knows. The smoke isn't really obscuring anything. Roche is up now. It's gonna fall very quickly. It's gonna be a banner that's gonna be helpful for pushing, but of course banner is also, just like Phoenix, quite vulnerable to Snapfire.
Radiant's middle tower.
Then again, if Snapfire can get in range for the attacks, she's probably also in range of Beastmaster initiation. Skylark is gonna set up here. Nice timing with the Sleight of Fist though. Gonna see a big hook from Flacco. We're gonna see a hook from Flacco, but I don't think it was a big one because he's gonna die for this. No, he's fine. No detection. So all they need to do right now is just push out the top lane and hit buildings under Sunray. That's all they need to do. But we have heroes all over the map doing all kinds of stuff and no one is just protecting the creep wave top. I guess they can go via mid if they want to, because they are gonna have creeps there. Oh, big hook. Hits the Hawk.
Radiant are scared.
That was Skylark just losing like 40% of his HP at like over 1200 range. Seems good. Focus finally has his Aghanim Synth. Now he just needs the Octarine and the Wind Waker. And then he can do even more reckless stuff and get completely countered by a Nullifier. Actually, I don't think Nullifier completely counters this build. Nothing really does. So everything has such a short cooldown. So even dispelling the Yules doesn't really do anything. I think it's a fair statement that Focus got paid. Not for match fixing or anything, but he definitely got paid. Because he's gonna make it to the playoffs. Tuck has his Hex now. Everyone is just so farmed and no one is doing anything with it. Klinks tries to go for some kind of play here, but cannot commit. Everyone is too close. It's a shame that Spartan didn't go for Aghanims. I feel like in a game like this it would have been so useful to have that map vision. Hex onto Focus, taking so much damage. So that's Aegis practically gone. It's not really the way you want to use it, but they do find the Wyvern. It's a very nice pick off. Had to commit Egg for it, but I think for a buyback on Wyvern it's definitely worth it. Skylark needs to be a little bit careful. Still has his BKB, but gets hexed. Down he goes. That's a big kill streak and 2,000 gold going to Fernandes, and still the game is not over. Double Sleight of Fist charges now on the Ember too. But he does have the chains facet, so that's a bit unfortunate for him. Because he has the hero damage and the double Sleight of Fist. So adding another 40% on like the quote-unquote primary target is quite nice. Ooh, Klinks gets hexed. Refresher pop by Astral. Down he goes. Runs uphill. It's always very risky. Astral isn't gonna commit Egg here. And oh, Focus. Still has the Aegis. Still wants to go. This man. Just no chill whatsoever. Never in the long history of the Earth has there ever been a man with less chill than Focus. Nice saving hook by Flacco. Blink in by the Timber. Can he find anything? Doesn't look like it. Klings is still dead for 70 seconds. Focus still just threading the needle, having absolutely no HP whatsoever. But his Aegis is also running out soon, so it's fair enough. Guess he wants to use it, because why not? I feel like they could spend this time like slowly whittling down the tier 3 top. We'll see. Still 50 seconds, no patch. He does have buyback. Klings does not. Let's see, what do they find here? Skylark leading the charge. Has upgraded his boots now. Focus. Hitting the tower. It's slowly getting lower. There is another egg. It's gonna get popped, but no one is really caught by it. And Pudge may try to go for a hook. Yes, he does. Beautifully timed. They are gonna kill the Phoenix. And Phoenix doesn't have buyback. And there is no Roche, which means that it's gonna be another 2 minutes of no action. It's 22k gold lead, but it doesn't really mean shit at this stage. It's all about the initiations, and I still think overall that JB has a way better lineup in the late game, because they have Overgrowth and Egg. But if it keeps going like this, where they're all disjointed and just running back and forth, I think that Herivnia has a genuine chance in this game. Yeah, they're gonna run down mid. They could even take Rax here. Focus doesn't have buyback. Skylark doesn't have buyback. Tuck is the only significant hero that has buyback. But this dieback on the Phoenix was quite a big deal. Amber is 6 slotted as well. That's just gonna be Rax falling. At 48 minutes. Wasn't expecting to ever say that, and they're just gonna hit tier 4s. Why not? Why not? Focus jumps in. It's hexed, but it's just a 1 minute hex. There we go. Overgrowth, big jump onto the Wyvern, but they cannot kill him. And now they're kind of caught in an awkward position. But Yawai is still very, very vulnerable. Can they kill the Pudge? Doesn't look like it. Timber needs to be careful because there are hexes. He can get bursted down really quickly. Yes, and indeed he does. With the Bloodthorn, down goes the Timber as well. He has buyback. Focus does have the money saved up finally for his own buyback. But he's just gonna fall here. He doesn't have anything. So that's another 2 kills in favor of Herivnia. Oh my goodness. Are they really gonna win this game? Skylark also doesn't have money. And he's the real carry. He needs 800 goals. If he dies now, the game is over, I think. Oh, Flacco. Unfortunate miss on the hook there. If they kill Skylark here, the game is over. Does he have BKB still? Gets the roar out on the Ember, but there is no follow-up whatsoever. Skylark went back in, and that's a dieback on Tug. They kill the Pudge, I guess, and they're gonna kill the Ember, which is nice. Game is not over. Ember Spirit immediately jumps back into the fight. Treant dead as well. That's the Phoenix dead. No buyback. Didn't get off his ulti. Skylark does have buyback money, but so does the Klings, and I think Herivnia is just gonna finish the game right now. Oh my goodness. We have a... Oh, Skylark jumped in, tried to get the roar on someone, gets it on the Wyvern, but there is no follow-up. I don't really know what he was trying, and oh my god, Focus is in so deep. Please buy back, Skylark. You have to save your Focus. Klings, is he gonna survive here? It looks like it. Bloodthorn onto Focus. He goes down. I think the game is over. The game is over.
Ancient is under attack.
Good game is called. This was a historic throw. I just better. I hope they had fun because it cost them the game. Of course, they're still through to the playoffs and Herivnia is still
Tower has fallen.
eliminated, but this was kind of embarrassing.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Oh my goodness. I feel like Skylark's gonna be mega tilted.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Oh, what a game. What a game.
Victory.
I feel like words fall short for the shitfest that this game was. GG, easy. I don't know. I don't know either, UI. I don't know either. So, that is the end of the group stage. The end of this best of 3. Herivnia takes it in a clowny fashion in the last game. They got wrecked the first game. They had a really solid performance the second game. Then the third game, I don't know what they say, but they won. I mean, they're eliminated, but they got their victory at the end. Either way, that's gonna be the end of the group stages for the CCT Series 1. We'll be back, I think... Is it tomorrow? Could be tomorrow. No, I think it's in 2 days for the lower bracket playoffs, and then the... No, it is tomorrow. We're gonna be back tomorrow for the upper bracket quarterfinals. Between like One Move and Nemiga, then Liga team against Team T, Twisted Minds against Seabit team, and then Dragon Esports Club against Just Better. And I hope they're gonna play a little bit better than in this final game 3. Either way, that's gonna be the end of today's broadcast. It's been a joy to cast for you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. So I wish all of you a beautiful day. We will be back tomorrow. So take your rest. I hope the players take their rest. I can finally take my rest. And I hope all of you have a great day. And we will be back tomorrow. So that is Wingblade signing out.
Victory.